game today?
I don't know if it affects. It would affect the way I always felt. If you have the conditions in your favor, if you get into counts where you're 2 balls, 1 strike, you know the wind is blowing in. Don't be afraid to go out there and challenge people, throw strikes. I hated pitching when the wind blew out. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you it didn't matter to me. I wanted the wind blowing in. I wanted it to be 26 degrees, and I wanted the opposing teams, all of their bats to be cracked.
So there's a chance you might suit up today. That's what you're saying.
I might. It has to be 15-mile-an-hour winds or more, then maybe I would
We'll check with Tom Skilling before the end of the game. Thanks for watching Cubs pregame live. We'll see you back here after the game. Right now, it's time for baseball. Cubs and Pirates from beautiful Wrigley Field. Right here on Comcast Sportsnet, there's Wrigley's favorite vendor, Pela Viverosa. Is that Bud or Old Style she's got out there today?
She's two-fisting right now.
Old Style, Cubs baseball coming up next.
The bats have come alive with the Cubs hitting .315 over their last 5 games and are off to a great start, in part due to their dominance over the Pirates. Blues Crew today looks for its 8th consecutive win over the Bucks. Next on Comcast Sportsnet. From beautiful Wrigley Field here in Chicago, we're set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs are playing good baseball right now, winners of 4 of their last 5, and they look for their 8th straight win against the Pirates dating back to late last year. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. It's the middle game of this weekend series. Let's talk center field play. First, Reed Johnson. He's going to lead off for the Cubs today for the first time this year. He's done it really all around, offensively and defensively.
Every facet of his game has been excellent up to this point of the season, including this tremendous defensive play in center field yesterday, reminiscent of the Willie Mays catch. It stands in baseball history. Not only does he play great defense, he had 6 hits in the last 2 ball games. You see what he's done in his 13 games. Most importantly, the Cubs are 7-2 in games that Reed Johnson starts in center field.
And today, Nate McLouth will be at the top of the Pirates lineup. As always, he is really making his mark early on.
Indeed he is. I mean, the Pirates are a little bit log-jammed at center field. They have a lot of very talented young players, but Nate McLouth is separating himself from the rest of the pack. Carlos Marmol worked his way through the Pirates lineup with ease yesterday, with the exception of Nate McLouth, that solo home run to left center field.
You see the numbers for him hitting .380, really carrying this team as he is now on a 16-game hitting streak. The starting pitchers, more on them coming up. Tom Gorzolani, who's from Orland Park, a left-hander for the Pirates, and Jason Marquis for the Cubs. And coming up, Marquis gets his 3rd starting assignment of the year. 2 no decisions to begin the season. We'll have Cubs baseball coming up next.
If you're fed up with the pump, then meet Chevy's MVPs of MPG. Aveo, HHR, and Cobalt XFE, to name a few. Chevy, 7 models that offer an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. Get this 08 Aveo starting at $10,945 plus non-G owners and lessees can get an additional $1,000 purchase cash. Find your Chevy at ChevyDealer.com.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Put the wow in life at Pizzazz. Pizzazz offers something for everyone, including action-packed casino gaming, taste-bursting dining, relaxing spa getaways, full throttle fun, and dance the night away live entertainment. Relax in your private retreat at the brand new Catfish Bend Inn and Spa, featuring the ultimate in personalized service and amenities. That's just a sneak peek at what's waiting for you at Pizzazz in Burlington, Iowa. Many destinations, one amazing place.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today, ChevyDriveChicago.com. Midas for brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Trust the Midas touch. Your Chicago area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to give you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
One of the most popular giveaways here in recent history at Wrigley Field. The Cubs giving out an exclusive limited edition Cubs Dora the Explorer 7-inch plush doll to the first 6,000 children 7 and under, courtesy of Pepsi. Overcast, cool, the wind not doing a whole lot right now, but it was blowing in just a few minutes ago. And Jason Marquis, the sinker baller, will face this Pirates Southwest starting lineup. They come in 8th in the league in runs. They've dropped 3 in a row. Right now it's 7 and 9 on the year. McLeod off to the red hot start. Freddie Sanchez off to a slow start. Bay, LaRoche, Nady go 3 through 5. Ryan Domet back in there. He pinch hit late yesterday. Jose Bautista's at third. Brian Bixler is the shortstop. And Tom Gorzaloni from Orland Park will do the pitching.
And here's how the Cubs take the field defensively behind Jason Marquis today. Brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. DeRosa once again in left field. Reed Johnson in center. Kosuke Fukudome over in right field. Ramirez and Terrio on the left side. Ronnie Cedeno getting a start at second base today. He'll be joined by Derek Lee on the right side of the infield. Giovanni Soto will be doing the catching for right-hander Jason Marquis.
Makes his third start. And the first pitch of the afternoon is a called strike, according to Ted Barrett, who works home plate.
Marquis' last outing came against the Phillies on that last road trip. He was good. He was not great. 5 innings of work, only gave up 4 base hits and 2 earned runs, but he did walk 5 batters in that game. Seemed to settle in a little bit. Gave up 1 in the first when he hit a batter, walked a batter. Ended up giving up a run in that inning. Also gave up a solo home run to Jason Worth, accounting for the 2 Philly runs.
McLeod elevates deep to center field. Reed Johnson is going to have some real estate. About a foot and a half in front of the warning track. Nick McLeod seems to be squaring up everything, even the outs. Now the weather report, 53 degrees, high humidity. The wind not doing much. And let's just hope we stay dry.
That scattered sunlight here today. At times the sun is shining very brightly. At other times very dreary and overcast. Low fog hanging over the buildings around Wrigley earlier. Good start for Jason Marquis, throwing strikes so far. Pounding that zone.
You see Freddie Sanchez at back foot, very close to home plate. As he grounds out to Ryan Terrio, low throw, but no problem for Derek at the other end. Working with Ted Barrett today, James Hoy at first, the crew chief Dana DeMuth at second, and Lance Barksdale, who called the balls and strikes yesterday's over at third. The Cubs are 10-6, tied with Milwaukee for second. In the National League Central, behind 12-5 St. Louis. So the Cardinals with a 1.5 game lead in the division. Pittsburgh right now is fourth, 4.5 out. Cincinnati 5 back. Houston in last, 6 games out.
Jason Bay, a guy on this Pirates lineup that has had success against Marquee in the past, including 4 home runs among his 13 base hits against the Cubs right-hander.
The 1-1 pitch is smacked up the middle for a base hit. Third hit of the series for Jason Bay. And he continues that success against Marquee. Quick word from Lou Frazier, the first base coach. Bay with a stolen base in game 1. He is 2 for 2 on the year. Here's Adam LaRoche. A couple of former Atlanta Braves doing battle, Marquee and LaRoche.
Marquee's been able to go strike 1 on all 3 hitters he's faced so far in this ball game with a good moving fastball in the low 90s. Another one right there.
Jason's last outing, the one Bob mentioned, was on the 13th. So an extra day between starts. With the off days the Cubs have had, Lou has now started to keep the top guys on their every 5th day routine. The first week of the season, he got everybody in there, regardless of off days. The number 4 starter, Rich Hill, got his first win in game 1, and Marquee's trying to do the same today. Always good to get that first one. Two balls and a strike on LaRoche. The next pitch is hit foul. 2-2.
Well, you know, Larry Rothschild and Lou Piniella love to see their starting pitcher go out there and be in a nice rhythm to start the ball game. Jason Marquee really commanding that fastball well. As mentioned, throwing strike 1 to the first 4 hitters he's faced. It makes such a difference when you can get ahead in the count, expand the strike zone, use all of your pitches. Roche is going to call timeout. Regroup.
Couple of other early games in the National League will keep you up to date. Milwaukee's at Cincinnati. San Francisco's in St. Louis. A little bit outside. And what might have been a changeup, 3-2. Detroit's at Toronto. They are underway. 0-0 in the top of the first. The action pitch here for Jason Bay as he runs, and a ground ball is knocked down in the backhand by Lee. Marquee gets over, and the flip goes from Cedeno. It'll go 3-4-1 to get the third out of the first inning. Nice play by Cedeno after Derek was able to knock it down, and the Cubs are coming up against Tom Gorzolani.
Coors Light. It's a frost-brewed beer. It's a beer brewed down as cold as 34 degrees. Aged cold, filtered cold, put into bottles, cans, and kegs. Cold. Why? We know you like cold beer. So ask for a beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies. Because refreshment isn't everything. It's the only thing. Frost-brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
The new Lexus ISF. Only at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Jason Marquis with a scoreless first, and his teammates will head to the plate. Here's the Cubs starting lineup. Brought to you by Southwest. Reed Johnson leading off for the first time this year with the Cubs. Terrio, Lee Ramirez, Fukudome in right, Mark DeRosa in left. It's Giovanni Soto, Ronnie Cedeno at second, and Jason Marquis pitching.
Take a look at the Pirates defensively. Bay, McLeod, Benaty once again across the outfield. Batista at third, Bixler at short, Sanchez at second, LaRoche over at first base. Ryan Doman doing the catching today for left-hander Tom Gorzolani. Cubs saw him in Pittsburgh on the last road trip. He went 2 1/3, gave up 6 hits, also 4 walks in that ball game. Had a no decision in what was an extra inning Cubs victory.
Really scuffled throwing strikes. Cubs won 10-8 in 12 innings. So it's Reed Johnson to start it. That's a fastball in there, 1-1.
A lot of the pitches you'll see from Gorzolani in the ball game today, especially fastballs, will be on the glove side of the plate. And by that I mean inside to a right-handed hitter or away from a lefty. Much more comfortable throwing his fastball to that third base side of the plate than he is going away.
Tap to third, backhanded play, and the out as Batista made a dandy defensive play. Hasn't gone that smoothly for him at third. He's already committed 5 errors. And he double pumped very briefly, but he still got Reed Johnson.
That's one of the toughest plays for a third baseman when you're charging the ball and have to go to your backhand side. His momentum is carrying him toward the third baseline. He throws back across his body and gets enough on it to just barely get Reed Johnson at first base. Nice play.
The Pirates yesterday snapped a 14-game error streak. It was the first time they hadn't committed an error since opening day.
Came into that game yesterday with 21 errors on the season, which leads all of Major League Baseball. I said it yesterday. You think they missed Jack Wilson? Wilson beginning a rehab assignment in the next couple of days here.
Two and one on Terrio with Reed Johnson leading off. The Cubs have now used 5 different leadoff hitters. Soriano, Terrio, Fontenot, Patterson, and now Johnson. More on Eric Patterson here in a second. A base hit for Terrio. That's his 3rd hit in the series. His .288 average will go up. And the Cubs did make a roster move prior to the game today. The Cubs facing left-handers today and tomorrow. The Pirates have a lot of lefties in their bullpen, and you have the Mets coming in. Billy Wagner, their closer, is left-handed, so they're going to go with Matt Merton on the bench. Maybe he'll get a start tomorrow. And Eric Patterson sent back to AAA Iowa. Eric Patterson yesterday with a big play in that ball game as the Cubs were able to get their 3rd run as Derek Lee drills that one out. His 7th home run of the year that leads the major leagues, and it's 2-0. Seven for 11 now against Tom Gorzolani. That was a 2-iron shot.
In his last 6 plate appearances against Tom Gorzolani, Derek Lee's walked twice, singled once, doubled, and hit 2 home runs. Our Belvedere Vodka going downtown. Derek Lee putting the Cubs on the board in the 1st inning.
Home run number 20 for the Cubs. They came in 5th in the league in home runs. Derek was tied for 1st in the majors with 6 home runs. Give him 7 now. cut by Ramirez. He fouled it back. Just to finish the point on Eric Patterson. He knocked in his first major league run in a 3-run fourth. It ended up being a big run. He was able to beat out a fielder's choice. That made it 3-1. The Cubs would hang on and win 3-2. Ramirez strikes out, 2 down. And a good hand for Kosuke Fukudome. Major league first for him, a 3-base hit on Friday. Straightaway center field, just off the glove of Nate McLouth.
Well, watch the end of the play, Lynn. After he slides into third base, he quickly gets to his feet, finds where the ball is. He was ready to go home if that ball was mishandled at all. Always ready to move up 90 feet.
And he finally has some history against the opposing starter.
He feels like he knows him well.
He was 1 for 2 against Gorzolani.
Well, and the more pitchers that Kosuke sees in the National League, the much easier it will be for him to face the guys he hasn't seen before, because you compare them to somebody. You know, Tom Gorzolani, he throws a little bit like Tom Glavine. He just tries to keep everything away. He changes speeds out there away. He'll mix in a breaking ball to a left-handed hitter from time to time. You try to find guys around the league who are similar in style to pitchers that Kosuke has already faced.
Speaking of Tom Glavine, he's on the disabled list for the first time in his career, spanning 22 years, with a right hamstring injury. The Associated Press story here quoting Glavine saying, "I've only been on the DL 2 hours and I hate it."
Common sentiment among major league ball players. Nobody likes to spend time on that DL.
Gorzolani's 3-2 pitch, and he spins around Fukudome to end the inning. Derek Lee getting the Cubs going early with a line shot, home run to left, a 2-run blast, and the Cubs lead 2-zip after 1.
Now, see, when people think of Geico, right, they think of car insurance, and of course, saving money. But sometimes that can lead even the savviest driver astray. Take, for example, the motorcycle owner. He calls Geico wanting to save money on his car insurance, only to realise that he doesn't actually own a car. Well, needless to say, he's quite embarrassed, isn't he? Doesn't matter. Geico insures motorcycles and ATVs as well. That way, no one ends up looking foolish.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now through April 30th, get a low-mileage lease on the 2008 Pontiac G6 for around $199 a month. Call for residency restrictions and details. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Update your walls this weekend with a stop at Menards. Make rooms look new with Pittsburgh Ultra Paint. It's 100% acrylic and covers in one coat with a lifetime warranty. Right now, interior flat or ceiling paint is $12.89 a gallon after rebate. All Window Images window treatments are on sale. Choose from faux wood, aluminum, vinyl, cellular, roller shades, and vertical blinds. Plus, they can be cut to your exact width for free. All Window Images window treatments are 20% off.
Save big money at Menards.
Tuesday, Chicago takes a bite out of the Big Apple on Comcast Sportsnet as the Cubs and Sox battle New York in one huge day of action. At 12:30, powerhouses collide at Wrigley as Derek Lee and the Cubs square off with Jose Reyes, David Wright, and the Stags New York Mets. At 7, the action flips to the south side as Ozzie and the Sox welcome A-Rod, Jeter, and the Bronx Bombers in an early season slugfest.
Underway in the second inning, ball 1 inside on Xavier Nady. The right fielder, 2 out of 13 with a home run against Jason Marquis, hitting .355 with a high on base percentage, 80 already with 4 home runs. He was acquired from the Mets in 2006. Originally a San Diego Padre. Marquis working with Giovanni Soto. And that one missed. 3-0.
And maybe the right fielder started with the Padres, as did the left fielder Jason Bay. Good looking young prospect when he first came up with the Padres organization. Suffered a broken hand. Set him back a little bit, but he's figured it out.
In 2003, Nady's first career home run came off Damian Moss, who was with the Giants at the time, and he became the first player in Major League history. Fair ball, backhanded by Ramirez. As you impatiently wait on this bit of trivia. First player ever whose first or last name started with the letter X to hit a home run.
Okay.
And it is Xavier, as opposed to just Xavier. Wasn't your favorite comedian, is it Mitch Hedberg? Did he have a thing about the letter X?
The letter X, yeah. I get stiffed when it comes to responsibilities of a letter.
Here's Ryan Domet, the switch hitting catcher. He made the final out in game 1. Kerry Wood threw 6 pitches, all strikes in the 9th inning to get his 4th save. Swing and a miss. The Pirates hitting coach Don Long. As you see to the right there of his nose, he got hit on the left cheek in Los Angeles Tuesday night. Took 10 stitches. It was a broken bat. Happened on a Nate McLouth busted bat double. Long never saw it coming. He was watching the ball. Any guesses on what kind of bat it was? It was maple. Those bats that seem to explode. It was a very scary incident. Two and two.
Well, you can clearly see Gio coming up out of his crouch behind the plate. Wanted that 1-2 pitch up above the letters. Maybe get Domet to chase a pitch up out of the zone. Even though you missed with that pitch, it served a purpose. Change the eye level of the hitter. Now they'll probably go right back down and in with the slider. There you go.
Now it's his first strikeout of the day. 2 up, 2 down.
I'll tell you, one of my favorite things is when a major league pitcher's on top of his game and he's commanding all of his pitches, to watch how he goes about setting up a hitter. And so far today, Jason Marquis has good command of his stuff. There's a little backdoor sinker there to start the sequence.
Jason signed a 3-year deal prior to last year. As Batista singles into left. So both their hits have come with 2 outs. Cub fans still looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year. Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. See a Cubs game from the best seats at Wrigley Field. Check out StubHub at Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. And rookie shortstop Brian Bixler is on. Batting 8th.
Talked about the absence of Jack Wilson. Bixler along with Luis Rivas playing shortstop for the Pirates. Rivas with 4 errors on the season. Bixler in limited playing time has 2 of his own.
It's past Derek Lee, who is near the bag holding on the runner. And it'll get the pitcher to the plate, Gorzolani, who's 0 for 4 on the year.
Well, after starting the ball game, throwing strike one to every hitter he faced in that first inning, Jason Marquis has fallen behind every hitter, 1-0 in this inning. Bixler finds that hole on the right side, grounds it through for a base hit.
A little low on a sinker. Gorzolani went to Triton College, which is in River Grove, and was a second-round pick back in 2003. He was drafted out of Marist High by the White Sox in 2000 in the 38th round, but opted to play collegiately at Kansas and then at Triton. The late Kirby Puckett played at Triton. Gorzolani grew up a White Sox fan. And he sends a fly ball down the left field line on the play. That's got to be a tough decision. The team you grew up rooting for drafts you out of high school.
Well, sometimes the team that drafts you makes the decision easy. With a lack of bonus money or a lack of prospects of moving forward in the organization, and everybody that's in that situation, it's not an easy decision. I'm sure it was very tough for Tom and his family to make that decision, but I think in the long run you'd have to say it worked out well for him.
No question. You go from a 38th round pick to a second 3 years later. Marquis trying to put him away and end this inning, and he does. And a half swing by Gorzolani. 2 2-out hits, no runs. Mark DeRosa playing left now with Soriano on the DL. He'll lead off for the Cubs when we come back in a second.
Hey, Nick, check this out. This Business Select thing is great. I get to be one of the first to board, and I get extra rapid rewards credit and a free drink.
Shh, keep it down.
What? No, I want to shout this from the rooftops. I got Business Select!
Hey, what? I know it's great, man, but if everybody knows about it, then everyone's gonna do it.
Southwest Airlines' new Business Select. You're guaranteed to be one of the first to board, you get extra rapid rewards credit, a free drink, and it's fully refundable.
You're now free to be more productive.
He's been known to cure narcolepsy just by walking into a room. His organ donation card also lists his beard. He's a lover, not a fighter. But he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
The Kawasaki Go Green sales event. Get the lowest payments of the year now.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work, and by the Toyota Tundra. Visit whytundra.com to find out why the Toyota Tundra is a great way to keep moving forward.
Tomorrow is Universal Orlando Day as the Cubs battle the Pirates at 1:20. The first 5,000 children 13 and younger will receive a Cat in the Hat plush toy. Compliments of Bank of America. Boy, it's a great weekend to be a kid. Come out to the ball yard.
All kinds of goodies for the youngsters this weekend.
1 ball, no strikes on DeRosa. Mark coming in at .321. His on-base percentage 108 points better than that.
Well, it only seems appropriate that the kids get something on the weekend, since the adult males in attendance got the real prize yesterday.
Yeah. Here's what Bob is referring to, I think.
Well, I think you probably know what I'm referring to.
Pregnant pauses. We'll get to it here after this pitch. As the tension builds.
Making me wait. Yesterday's first pitch thrown out by Victoria's Secret model, Sports Illustrated swimsuit calendar cover girl, Ryan Dempster, catching the first pitch. Now today a little different story. Dora the Explorer's out there, and Louis Johnson got the honors. Where was Dempster today?
DeRosa takes the leadoff walk. Marissa Miller's newest friend, Ryan Dempster. That's how I'm going to refer to him every time we see him. The embrace, it was like that hug you get from somebody you haven't seen in 10 years.
Yeah, or the last out of a World Series game where you run out and hug your catcher, something like that. I don't know. Just jealous.
Matt Merton again called up today. Maybe asking Ryan about that. World Series hug.
Giovanni Soto needs to save that piece of footage right there. For when Dempster pitches a complete game shutout, wins a big game down the stretch. I better see the same kind of affection for Ryan Dempster for his catcher as we saw right there for Marissa Miller.
Downstairs, good eye, 2 balls and a strike.
And for any pitchers out there listening, keep that in mind. When there's a celebration to be had, you go to your catcher first. I know, I forget what year it was when Tug McGraw got the final out and the Phillies clinched the National League. Tug turned away from his catcher Bob Boone and ran to Mike Schmidt, the third baseman. Now granted, Schmidt probably had a big day, drove in a bunch of runs and helped them win the game, but you got to take care of your catcher first. And Bob Boone looked lost. He was walking out toward the mound with his arms up over his head, expecting Tug to come leaping into his arms, and Tug made a right turn and went to third base.
Never happened. The next pitch, hammered foul. Well, maybe his intention was to go to Bob Boone, but when you win it all, you win the National League pennant, you win the World Series, you just kind of forget all the rules. Three and 2. We'll see if DeRosa will be on the move with nobody out. And a full count on Giovanni Soto. He does run, and that is a fair ball. Down through the bullpen area. DeRosa's going to come around. He will score easily. Soto making his way to second base. It's 3-0. Soto turned on a changeup on a 3-2 pitch. And the Cubs get another run.
Boy, any doubts about Giovanni Soto's ability to catch and hit at the major league level has been erased here in the early going this season. He has swung an extremely hot bat, come up with some big clutch base hits, and has been outstanding behind the plate.
Hit foul by Ronnie, making his 19th career start at second. Possible you could see DeRosa back at second base tomorrow. At Merton and left, but a lot of it depends on what happens today. Ronnie 4 for 8 with a double against Gorzolani. He's also 8 for 18 against tomorrow's starter Zach Duke, so he may get back-to-back starts. 0-2 on a changeup missed. 1-2.
And DeRosa 1 for 9 lifetime against Duke, so he might even get a full day off tomorrow, depending on how Lou wants to line him up.
That got on base a lot at Iowa. No extra base hits, but he's back. Called strike 3. A little bit of a late call by Ted Barrett. But it caught the outside edge.
I guess you'd call this a pitcher's strike. The knees maybe a little bit off the outside corner. And as you mentioned, a little bit of a late call by Ted Barrett. Really took a long look at that one before getting that right arm up in the air.
Marquis is 1 for 4 with a double and an RBI. Pulls one on the ground. It's LaRoche to take it by himself. The Cubs got 2 in the first on a home run by Derek Lee. Another one here in the second. Runner at third. And it's Reed Johnson. I think Mike sold out those Cub claws the other day. We saw a bunch of kids who had every souvenir in the ballpark.
You can't enjoy a ball game here at Wrigley without a big Cub claw in your hand, right? But only on one hand, because you need to have one free for the cotton candy and snow cones and the hot dogs and the nachos.
Gorzolani goes from the windup. In talking about that terrific catch in center, Reed Johnson made an interesting point. He said it's tough to feel the difference between the grass and the warning track. He said, I listened. You can kind of hear that you're on the warning track. And he said, I knew I had a couple more steps. I said, you look very calm. He said, I might have looked that way. I didn't feel that way, but he made a tough play look very easy.
Very smooth going back on that ball. I mean, it would be very easy, you can imagine, for an outfielder to panic in that situation and take a zigzag line to where you need to be, but he went straight to where he had to be to catch that baseball. His head was very still. He could hear the change in the surface under his feet, knew he had a couple of steps, as you mentioned, and made it look fairly routine.
A quote to reporters after the game, I opened my ears. I like that.
Use all your senses. Any advantage you can get in this game, whether it's with your eyes, your ears, your nose, whatever.
And preferably with your nose, that you're smelling the vines, not running into them. Or the bricks.
If you get close enough to smell them, you're already into the bricks.
He takes the walk and keeps it alive for Terrio. Jeff Andrews is the pitching coach for the Pirates. It's been a struggle for Gorzolani against the Cubs this year. This is his second start and really got knocked around his first time against the Cubs in Pittsburgh. Jeff Andrews, by the way, a former Cubs minor league pitcher.
It's been 22 years as a minor league pitching coach or pitching coordinator, the last 5 with the Pittsburgh organization. So he's very familiar with these young arms they have on this Pittsburgh Pirates pitching staff.
first and third, a run already in the inning. And a fly ball to center. Nate McLouth will drift over toward right center. And he puts away the third out. Soto with the RBI double after the DeRosa leadoff walk. It's 3-0 Cubs.
Looks like someone went shopping again. I got it a couple weeks ago. You like it? I can't believe it's a Chevy.
Yeah, it's an Equinox. I love it. It's got the highest crash test ratings that you can possibly get. You can't beat Chevy's coverage, and it got great reviews on Edmunds.com.
And it matches your outfit.
Get 2.9% APR financing plus current GM owners and lessees get an additional $1,000 on an 08 Equinox.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
White Sox baseball in high definition
on Comcast Sportsnet.
Cubs baseball in HD
on Comcast Sportsnet.
101 matchups in crystal clear high definition, home and away. 80 big matchups in crystal clear high definition, home and away.
White Sox baseball in HD.
Cubs baseball in HD, home and away.
Home and away.
All season long
on Comcast Sportsnet. Comcast Sportsnet.
Fans' best friend. Fans' best friend. Fans' best friend.
Last season may have left you feeling blue. But who says feeling blue is a bad thing? This season, the boys are back for revenge. Out to settle some unfinished business.
Ramirez, two-run shot. It's going to drop down. Cubs win.
Feel the blue with 80 games in HD. And Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
It's dirty. Careful with that cotton candy. You don't want to get it all over your sleeves. More sugar, please.
Oh, Dad.
Back to the top, Nate McLouth, who has a 16-game hitting streak. He's hit in every ball game this year for the Pirates. It's a career-high streak for McLouth. I think they found their center fielder. They've been looking for a while.
It's been somewhat a revolving door out in center field for the Pirates the last couple of years. I mentioned earlier they've got a little bit of a log jam of talent at that position, but McLouth has clearly separated himself from the rest of the pack this year.
Marquis working with a 3-0 cushion as he looks for his first win of 2008. His 1-2 is way inside. McLouth should get used to pitchers busting him in. You come in as one of the hottest hitters in baseball. They're going to try to push you off the plate, knock you down, whatever it takes.
Try to give you an uncomfortable at bat.
Flared foul. It's not easy to hit 380. That's obvious. It's a lot tougher to continue to hit 380 because teams make adjustments. This game has a way of evening everything out. There's a reason guys don't hit 400 when it's all said and done, over 600 at bats. They either stop pitching to you or they make the proper adjustments.
And in McLouth's case, because he is a leadoff hitter, I don't think teams are going to stop pitching to him. They're going to pitch him differently, trying to keep him off base and limit the damage when there are runners on. But he's not your middle of the lineup kind of a guy that can break the game open with one swing of the bat. He's one of those pesky guys that always seems to find a way to get on base. The surprising thing is McLouth has got some pop. You mentioned it earlier. He's hit some balls extremely hard in this series with nothing to show for it because he's hit them to center field.
In on the hands and fouled back toward our booth.
Oh, nice.
John Dickinson.
Heck of a play.
High home camera made the catch. Did he hand it to a fan?
He tossed it down in the lower bowl, I believe.
Handed it to a young fan. He'll learn the rules. Nice catch, JD.
Well, that's one of the nicer plays we've seen all year. Saved the camera.
That young Cub fan's been watching fans in the bleachers too much. He just took it and chucked it down to the first deck. Another pitch from Marquis, and McLeod works the walk. An 11-pitch sequence.
Boy, and that usually goes hand in hand with somebody who's seeing the ball very well and in the midst of a hitting streak. Your knowledge of the strike zone and your ability to hit pitches in the zone and take pitches out of the zone will result in a lot of base on balls as well.
Freddie Sanchez pops it up. A lot of sun right now. Ramirez circling along with Terrio, and again the taller player makes a catch in foul territory. We saw that yesterday as Derek Lee took one from Eric Patterson.
Well, so far it hasn't hurt the Cubs this year, but we've seen this several occasions already where two players come together. Couldn't tell if anybody was calling for that ball or not, but as you mentioned, the taller guy makes the play once again. To communicate.
The other thing that may have happened, Ramos may have lost it originally in the sun right off the bat. And once that happens, you kind of start to assume, well, if I can't see it, maybe Ryan can't. I'm just going to go get it. And clearly he didn't hear Ryan calling him off. A lot of times the middle infielder on that play has a much better angle coming in from behind. I know one thing, it's better to have two guys try to catch it than both look at each other and say, I thought you were going to take it.
I thought you had it. Yeah. Somebody catch it. You just like to iron that little detail out. You got to communicate a little bit more. Call the guy off or tell him it's yours. Take it, take it, take it. Sure hate to have that cost you a ball game at some point this season.
Marquis is ahead of his nemesis Jason Bay. Bay singled in the first and is now 14 for 35 against Jason. McLeod is not going, and it's up high. McLeod is 2 out of 4 in the stolen base department. They only have 6 stolen bases in 16 games. They've been caught 5 times. Check swing and a little flare foul.
McLeod doesn't get thrown out by catchers. He gets picked off at first when he's caught stealing. Tries to get that big jump over there. He's been caught leaning the wrong way a couple of times already this year.
Bay pops it up. Giovanni Soto calling off Marquis and telling, I guess, Derek to take it as Ramirez went streaking past. And now Marquis talking to Soto. It looked like Giovanni was acting as a captain there as Marquis peeled off at the last second, and Derek made the play.
Well, we joke about the taller play making the catch, but what do you do when two guys who are both 6'4" come together? That wasn't the case right there. Derek Lee towering over Ramos Ramirez and makes the play. Boy, really playing with fire in these situations. Been fortunate to make all the plays on those pop-ups where Cubs have come together. Now, somebody has to play the captain there. I think you're right. Soto was trying to direct the traffic. Well, with the crowd noise, and a lot of voices yelling and screaming, maybe they didn't hear him out there, but really like to see somebody peel off and let the other guy take it.
We've seen Marquis' sinker in that normal range for him, anywhere from 88 to 91.
I think if anything, he's got better movement on his sinker today than we've seen in previous starts this season. And it's very late movement as that ball gets into the hitting zone. Several of the Pirate hitters have given up on pitches they thought were off the plate away to right-handed hitters. He was able to sneak them over that back door.
We hate to assume, but I would assume that Nate McLeod, for the most part, has a green light, considering his career success rate and stolen bases, but he has not made an attempt since getting on to start this half inning. Called strike three. Froze him on a fastball. Third strikeout for Jason. Off to a good start today, and the Cubs lead this one 3-0.
You can't ignore it forever. It's your future. It's real life. Whatever your goals may be, it's important to get real answers from people you know and trust. At Country Insurance and Financial Services, we'll help you feel secure for everything life has coming your way. Country, real answers for real financial security. Because this is real life.
This is our country. First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain. First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain, then there is. First there is a mountain, then there is no.
The Toyota RAV4, rated at 27 miles per gallon, you're good to go. Anywhere. It's a great way to keep moving forward.
It's game time. Skybox is right up here in section La-di-da. How's everybody doing? Can anybody tell me what inning we're in? All right, boys, we taking back the high life. See, the high life is about sitting in the sun and watching your favorite pitcher get lit up. Take him out. And they can't even hear me through this glass. Come on, boys. Need to smell me a hot dog or something. Just know I'm alive. Woo! Let me pass out some high life. That's what I'm talking about.
Tuesday, baseball returns to Wrigley as Dean Lee and the Cubs take on David Wright and the Mets in HD. Brought to you by Sharp Aquas. Coverage starts with Cubs pregame live. Cubs Mets in HD, Tuesday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Coming up tonight at 6:30 on Sports Night, presented by Dex. Full clubhouse reaction from the Cubs, plus highlights of the Fighting Illini blue and orange game. Join Luke and Gale for Sports Night, presented by Dex, tonight at 6:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Derek Lee putting the Cubs on the board first with a 2-run homer. The Cubs would add a run in the second. We're now in the bottom of the third, and the 0-1 from Gorzolani misses low, 1-1.
Hey, partner, did you get a chance to check out the box score from the 22-inning ball game the other day?
I did not.
Oh.
Some interesting nuggets.
Willie Taveras had 10 at-bats. Went 3 for 10. Todd Helton 1 for 9. Ooh. That's the kind of day that can either really help your average or really hurt your average.
It's more than a doubleheader in one game. 22 innings.
6 hours and 16 minutes of scintillating baseball, and it was a 2-1 game, so you know there was a lot of stressful situations from the 9th inning on in that game.
Freddie Sanchez to Adam LaRoche. It was 0-0 for how many innings? Within like 16 or 17, I think. go back and check.
It took him a couple days to get that box score printed up. There were a lot of numbers in there. I think former Cub Glendon Rush ended up taking the loss in that ball game. He pitched 3 innings of relief.
Greg Maddux got knocked around last night in Arizona. Let's see. It was scoreless into the 14th. Each team scored a run. And you're right about Glendon. He gave up 1 unearned run. He threw 53 pitches and took the loss. Hit foul by Ramirez. Thought I read the Rockies got caught in rush hour traffic in Houston because they got in so early in the morning.
It just keeps getting better, doesn't it?
It was a Diamondbacks 9-0. Dan Herron beat Maddux. You don't see this sort of line very often for Greg Maddux. 7 innings, 13 hits, 9 runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, and a home run. He threw 113 pitches. I think that says a lot about their bullpen. We don't normally see Greg throw that many pitches.
No.
Let alone give up that many hits and walks. It says a lot about him, though, doesn't it? That he, I'm sure, went to Bud Black and said, I'll give you as much as I can. Don't worry about me. He gave up 6 in the first inning as Ramirez walks with 1 out. Orsolani's still struggling, throwing strikes against the Cubs. Bride to be. Congratulations. We think. We don't know your fiance, but we'll say congratulations.
Well, he's a lucky man.
Orsolani walked 4 2 1/3 on April 7th against the Cubs, and he's already walked 3 2 1/3 today.
Fukudome, the only left-handed hitter in Lou Pinella's lineup today. That's because Tom Gorzelani in his career has held lefties to a .216 batting average. Last season it was .217, and coming into play today he'd held lefties to 3 hits in 13 at-bats.
He spun him around a couple of times. Struck him out in his first at bat. All this Cubs offense is without left fielder Alfonso Soriano. And there's still there are always improvements to be made, but you like the numbers so far. The Cubs are 3rd in the league in runs. Ground ball, base hit as Ramirez jumped over it, and he's going to make the turn and easily get to third base. This has been a patient lineup. The addition of Fukudome has helped in that regard. Arama's seeing a lot of pitches. They're hitting home runs.
Ramirez has to hopscotch over that baseball as it rolls out into right field. When he sees Nady moving to his left, he realizes that he can easily advance on to third base. What is it? Kosuke's seeing like 4.6 pitches per plate appearance. Really getting a good look at the opposing pitcher.
You can't just say it's been one thing, but the main thing is Derek Lee has been one of the best hitters in the game in the first almost 3 weeks. The additions of Fukudome and Johnson. The Cubs have gotten good production out of the catcher position. Giovanni Soto. DeRosa off to a strong start. Menard's big lumber stat. 7 hits for DeRosa during his hit streak. He's also walked a lot.
mound. The pitchers they're right about in the middle of the pack as far as walks. Near the bottom of the league in fewest wild pitches. I think a lot of that gets back to Giovanni Soto and the job he's done behind the plate in the early going this year. But the pitchers in general are just throwing more strikes.
It's still so early. This is only the 17th game of the year for the Cubs. The offense has outperformed the pitching early on. Going into the year, we thought it might be the other way around. It still could be that way, and you hope the pitching improves a little bit and the hitting stays kind of right where it is.
You know, traditional thinking is that pitchers are ahead of the hitters early in the season, so I think it's a real good sign that the offense and some guys specifically have really gotten off to the starts they have this year, because at some point it'll all level out, as you said earlier. But nice to see the bats swinging it like this.
DeRosa with an RBI hit. They have scored in every inning. It's 4-0.
Take what the pitcher gives you. That's a fastball in the outer part of the plate. DeRosa doesn't try to pull it. Just guides it right back up the middle of the field for an RBI base hit.
First and second for Soto. The runners are on the move. The throw goes to third. It goes into left. Fukudome will score. DeRosa will end up at third base. Another error by the Pirates. Their 22nd of the year. The Cubs are running a lot. Now 15 stolen bases. It's 5-0.
Fukudome had plenty of time. It appeared that a decent throw gets Fukudome at third base, but he airmailed that ball back to the infield side of the bag, and no hesitation whatsoever from Kosuke. Popped up from his slide and jogged on home with another run.
Soto's eyes are lighting up now because the infield is drawn in. Well, they have doubled the big league average. 22 errors. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
A good jump by both runners. Important that trail runner, in this case Mark DeRosa, with your peripheral vision, you have to keep an eye on that runner at second. If he breaks, you break, and that time DeRosa, Fukudome almost simultaneously broke for the next base.
Left-hander Phil DeMontre up already for the Pirates. Soto pops it up. Infield was playing in, so now Sanchez going back has a beat on it, and that keeps DeRosa at third base.
That was odd to see an infield pop-up, and when I looked down at the field, all the infielders are running with their back to home plate. Playing in to try to cut that run off at home plate. Had to hustle to get back there to catch what was pretty much a routine pop-up to the infield.
Bowman called for a curveball. He was shaken off. Orsolini wanted the fastball instead.
I'm thinking back to Rich Hill's outing yesterday. He struggled with the command of his fastball early in the game, so Giovanni Soto started to call for more breaking balls, even in fastball counts. He was commanding his curveball much better in the early going than he was his fastball. And eventually he found a little bit of a rhythm with his heater and was able to throw that for strikes as well. But that's an important part of a catcher's job, is trying to figure out what a pitcher has working and what isn't working early in a ball game and try to make some adjustments to keep your guy out there on the bump long enough to find his rhythm. We talk a lot about 4-pitch pitchers, and by that we mean he throws a fastball, a curveball, a slider, and a changeup. And it's not unusual for a 4-pitch pitcher to start the game with only 2 of those pitches that he's able to command. And once again, part of your job as a catcher is to pick situations to try to mix in those other 2 pitches where the other team is not likely to do damage against you. And by that I mean counts where you're ahead. Okay, let's try to bounce a curveball here. See if you can get a feel for that curveball, but bounce it in the dirt. Just try to incorporate the other 2 pitches gradually out throughout the course of a ball game.
It's going with a lot of heaters here against Cedeno. There was another one.
The good days are when your 4-pitch pitcher goes out there and has all 4 of them working right away. The bad days are when he has none of them working. Then you have to go to plan B and plan C and just try to trick them for a couple of innings.
They've been on Gorzolani, who in his Wrigley debut back in August of '06 beat the Cubs going 8 shutout innings. Much different story today. He had to procure 38 tickets on that afternoon. I'm sure there were a lot of friends and family here today. Still 2-2 on Cedeno, the next pitch. 3-2 now, and DeRosa's coming in. 6-0. Tell you, give Ronnie credit. It was 0-2 to start this at bat. He's just been hanging around so long that eventually Gorzolani uncorked a wild pitch, and the Cubs get an extra run.
Hey, you mentioned he'd thrown him a lot of fastballs. He goes to the straight changeup here and just spikes it in the dirt in that right-handed batter's box. DeRosa got a real good read, saw that ball through immediately, scores without a play.
10 pitches already in this sequence. Cubs getting 2 runs in this inning on a throwing error by the catcher and a wild pitch. The RBI coming from Mark, knocking in Ramirez. So they have doubled their lead.
Make it a great at bat. It's already been a good at bat. Seen a lot of pitches. Made Gorzolani work hard. Make it a great one.
Excellent at bat. He gets the walk. He made him throw a dozen pitches before he took the walk. And the beneficiary of this half inning, Jason Marquis, now with a 6-run cushion. Strike 1. Hit well to right. This ball is going to go and go and go. Cedeno will score. Marquis to second base, 7-0. His 32nd career RBI.
Got a hanging breaking ball, tomahawked it down into that right field corner away from Xavier Nady. We were talking about the pitching throwing more strikes, the batters having better at bats and seeing more pitches. The team speed that the Cubs have this year has shown up quite regularly already. Ronnie Cedeno able to score all the way from first base on that double.
It's time for the Heineken call to the pen. One lefty, Gorzolani out. Another one, Phil DeMatre coming in. 7-0 Cubs.
Having a fuel-efficient car is a great thing. Having a choice of fuel-efficient cars is even better. At Chevy, we offer several models that have outstanding fuel efficiency, from Aveo to Cobalt to the all-new Malibu. Because when it comes to fuel efficiency, the choice is clear.
Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on this 08 Impala for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Find your Chevy today at ChevyDealer.com.
Arby's $5 Roundup. Choose from your Arby's favorites like 2 popcorn chicken shakers, or 3 beef and cheddars, or 4 regular roast beefs for only $5. It's a great deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
How would you like to see the Northsiders play in St. Louis? It's the I-55 sweepstakes presented by Lumiere Place Casino and Hotels. Now's your chance to win luxury box tickets to the May 3rd game and a one-night stay at Lumiere Place Casino and Hotels in St. Louis. To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com.
Home improvement for a better life, Menards. Use Zinsser 123 primer to prep new walls or fix old problem areas. It even works on glossy surfaces without sanding, only $14.93 a gallon. Brighten your home with Patriot Lighting. The Verona collection features a royal bronze finish with brushed cognac glass. This 3-light vanity is $59, a 4-light chandelier is $98. Plus, there are 0 payments and no interest till 2009 when you use your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Tom Gorzolani in 2 starts against the Cubs has really gotten hit hard and hasn't thrown a lot of strikes. Phil DeMontre will take over in the 3rd inning. But both times Gorzolani could not get out of inning number 3. Reed Johnson's the 8th batter of the inning.
You know, Len, I was talking about the team speed. That's kind of one of those things that tends to get overlooked unless you're a manager or a coach on a ball club and realize how important it is to have guys in your lineup that can score from first base on an extra base hit. They can score from second on a routine base hit to the outfield. And the Cubs have a number of guys in the lineup today and a couple guys on the bench that can contribute with their legs as well. You look at Reed Johnson at the plate right now, Ryan Theriot, Fukudome, Cedeno, all stolen base threats. Derek Lee, a very good base runner, doesn't steal much anymore. Mark DeRosa, better than average runner, so kind of one of those lost talents that this ball club has. You know, it kind of gets lost in the shuffle when guys are whacking the ball up in the bleachers, but that team speed, something to be said for that. And the other little ways it shows up, the ability to back up plays, get into a position where you need to be defensively to run balls down in the outfield, beat a force play at second base, beat a relay throw to first base, keep an inning alive. We've seen a lot of that this year.
Lefty with a 1-2 pitch, ground ball, and it's scooped up by Bautista. And he gets the 3rd out, but a big inning for the Chicago Cubs. They have scored in every inning today. It's 7-0 already after 3.
I wish there was more we could do, but at least your husband's lived a long life.
Yeah. I'm kind of in the middle of something. All right, I'm on my way.
He's alive. It's a miracle.
When the crave calls, answer with one of 3 tasty cheeseburgers, bacon, spicy jalapeno, or our savory French onion. Just 69 cents each.
I'll take a sack of 10.
Excellent choice.
Record your message after the tone.
Hey, where are you guys? You're never not at home. Wait, are you screening me? Hello? Come on, pick up. I know you're just watching TV.
Gaming, dining, nightlife, Lumiere Place Casino and Hotels, whatever turns you on. Right now, enjoy a deluxe suite in the heart of St. Louis, a ride to the game, and more, starting at just $159 a night.
When I get up or when I'm on my way home, time to go, cause I wanna have fun. Now I'm in the zone, and it's no wonder. Gonna pick me up some fun and share with everyone. Now you say, hey, hey, yo, yo. Now you can't beat this feeling. Hey, hey, yo, yo. This good stuff's got me singing.
You can never have too much good good stuff, Chicago. AM, PM, too much good stuff.
After the game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Analysis with Dan Plesac. Highlights, press conferences, and interviews from the stadium. Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. After the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Nate McLouth off to a red-hot start, hitting an all 16 to start the season. He's 0 for 1 today, and that leads into our Aflac trivia question. Aflac! How about the Cubs? What's the team record for a hitting streak to start a season? We'll have the answer coming up in the bottom of this inning. Dora the Explorer doll day here at Wrigley Field. I get a little tongue-tied on Dora the Explorer. I want to say Dora the Explorer, which I'm sure you could say if you lived in New York.
On the East Coast, you get away with that.
Or maybe in Florida. Going back to your catching days when you're working with a guy who's off to a good start like Jason Marquis, and all of a sudden it's 7-0. Do you forget about the score here? Does it change any sort of approach?
I don't think you can change anything right now. Whatever they've been doing up to this point has been working extremely well.
That'll go 5-3. Nady eliminated.
You know, sometimes when a pitcher gets a big lead in a ball game, you kind of abandon your game plan and just start throwing lots of fastballs on the outside part of the plate and let your defense work behind you. But you know, they put in a lot of homework for this ball game, how Jason Marquis was going to attack these Pirates hitters, and you might as well stick with the game plan right now. It's working.
When you hear the idea of a pitcher pitching to the score, do you buy that? Does that really exist? I know that everyone says Jack Morris used to do that. I just would have a hard time believing that a pitcher wants to give up runs. I mean, the idea is to win, but even if you're up 7-0, Marquis doesn't want to give up 5. He doesn't want to give up 2.
I think the theory, though, is that you want to keep your pitch count down as much as possible, and the easiest way to get outs is to throw strikes and let your defense work behind you. I mean, even the best hitters in the National League are going to make outs 7 times out of 10. So take your chances, throw the ball up there low and outside, and hope they hit it at one of your defenders.
And the Cardinals' sin in this spot is to walk guys.
Absolutely.
So that would make sense. The 1-2 to Domet. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. The Menards grounds crew manicuring the infield dirt between innings. The field has gotten great reviews. This is the Cubs' second homestand on this renovated playing surface.
And even the short time between the last homestand and this homestand, the grass has come in a little fuller. It's a little greener. We haven't heard as many complaints about how fast it's playing. And that's exactly what everybody anticipated.
Broken bat liner that'll land right in the mitt of Ronnie Cedeno. Shutdown inning for Marquis after the Cubs gave him 4 more. They'll go back to work at the plate in the 4th.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
Aflac. The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
What could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
We should go.
Ready to vent?
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
For us brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Introducing the Nissan Rogue.
With our intuitive all-wheel drive system that reacts to the road in 1/10 of a second. And a fuel-efficient 27 miles per gallon. It's a whole new way to make driving fun. The Nissan Rogue. Game on.
Let's answer today's Aflac trivia question. Who holds the Cubs record for a hitting streak to begin a season? It was 20 years ago, 1988.
Aflac!
Vance Law hit in his first 16 that season.
Vance Law, now the head baseball coach at Brigham Young University. His son Michael's team at UNLV plays against them a couple times a year. And they run the bases like crazy. Vance Law was one of the most fundamentally sound players back in his playing days and has brought that same trait to his team at BYU.
Wide for ball one. Phil DeMontre working in relief on Tom Gorzolani. Ryan Theriot hitting second. The major league record to start a season, 44 games. Wee Willie Keeler in 1897.
Dropped the phrase "hit them where they ain't." I believe that's attributed to Wee Willie Keeler, although there's some dispute as to maybe somebody said it before that, but that described his game.
Brian Bixler will throw out his counterpart Ryan Theriot. It has not been pretty for Tom Gorzolani. His first 3 career starts against one of his hometown teams, he had a 0.82 ERA, but the last 3 times out. Look at that. Just this year, if you add it up, 5 innings, 12 hits, 14 earned runs, 8 walks. Well, this all as well, Bob, goes back to the unbalanced schedule. The Cubs and the Pirates will play 18 times here in 2008. The Cubs are 4-0 against them and could be on their way to their 5th straight win this season. Without the Pirates on their schedule, putting it this way, the Cubs would be 500 right now. And on the flip side, the Pirates would be 2 games over without those 4 losses against the Cubs. Off to the right and to the seats. But having said that, the Cubs led 7-0 in a ball game last week in Pittsburgh and had to go to extras to win it.
Well, we know for a fact that this Pirates ball club can be very dangerous. They've got some explosive hitters in their lineup, some of whom have not started to swing the bat very well right now. Their starting pitching has been much better than they've shown against the Cubs this year. But the Cubs are doing what you're supposed to do. When you get a team that's down, you keep them down.
Bixler makes back-to-back plays, 2 outs.
I mean, nobody's going to apologize for the schedule. It's not like the Cubs signed up and said, hey, we want to play the Pirates 18 times this year. That's just the way it works out. But you have to take care of those teams that you should beat most of the time.
The Pirates will be back here in mid-May for a 3-game weekend series. They also come back to Wrigley Field on a weekend to start August. They'll make 4 trips to Chicago as they play the White Sox on the south side in mid-June. They had better get used to playing in the daytime because every game here at Wrigley Field between the Pirates and the Cubs will be in the afternoon.
4 trips to Chicago in one baseball season. Well, they could vote, I would think.
Sure. 1-2 pitch. Ramirez hammers this one toward the alley. Slicing. And it drops down. Nady will go get it. Aramis picks up his 4th double. 7th extra base hit.
Boy, that's the approach that Aramis Ramirez is most successful using. When he's willing to go to right center field, if they're going to pitch him out over the plate, that's when he's at his best. He's lightning quick on a fastball from the middle of the plate in anyway. He's going to pull the pitches he should pull. The teams try to work him out there on the outer third of the plate even further away, and if he drives that ball to right center, he'll force pitchers to come back inside where he wants it.
That double was the Cubs' 7th hit. They came in trailing only the Cardinals in the National League in 2 base hits by 3. They have 3 doubles. Soto, Marquis, and now Ramirez.
If Demontre doesn't execute his pitches, Kosuke Fukudome is looking at extra base hits if he can pull that ball back to right center or down the right field line. They shade him to the opposite field. Now, granted, the Pirates haven't seen as much of Kosuke Fukudome as we have, but for me, you have to play straight up everywhere on the diamond. This guy hits the ball from foul line to foul line. I don't think you can overshift one direction or the other, and right now the Pirates are giving him a lot of room in right center and down the line in right. Now if Demontre keeps the ball on the outer half of the plate throughout this at bat, then maybe Fukudome hits the ball into the teeth of the defense, but if you make a mistake from the middle in, that's a ball that he's probably going to pull to right field.
Yesterday, the Cubs used 1 big inning, a 3-run 4th. That's all they needed. Today, they have scored in the first 3, and they have a chance here in the 4th with 2 outs. As Kosuke walks. And it brings up DeRosa for the 3rd time. He has walked, singled, knocked in a run, stole a base, and scored twice. Give him 7 RBIs on a homestand. The Cubs have won 3 of their first 4 to start this 8-gamer. Breaking ball strike from Demontre. The other thing this could do, Carlos Marmol not available today, threw over 40 pitches in a 2-inning stint yesterday. Give a chance to rest one of your important late inning relievers. Bixler will throw to second, close play, they get him as Sanchez was covering, and Fukudome barely out. For the first time, the Cubs do not score in an inning, but they still lead 7-0.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and check out the press box, locker room, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates and can be purchased by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
This kid's eating for $1.99. So's this kid. All these kids are eating for just $1.99 at Old Country Buffet, Monday through Saturday nights. Great variety like steak, fried chicken, shrimp, and more. Kids eat for just $1.99 Monday through Saturday nights at Old Country Buffet.
Draft Buzz is building up from the studs to the sleepers. Get the inside track on the entire first round. From our New York studios to your living room. Join Hall of Famer Michael Irvin and more of football's finest to find out what your team needs to do to build a dynasty. Don't miss Draft House Thursday at 7 only on Comcast Sportsnet. Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with McDonald's Sports Rise. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Tuesday, Chicago takes a bite out of the Big Apple on Comcast Sportsnet as the Cubs and Sox battle New York in one huge day of action. At 12:30, powerhouses collide at Wrigley as Derek Lee and the Cubs square off with Jose Reyes, David Wright, and the Stags New York Mets. At 7, the action flips to the south side as Ozzie and the Sox welcome A-Rod, Jeter, and the Bronx Bombers in an early season slugfest. Chicago takes a bite out of the Big Apple Tuesday on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. Rico, move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. And by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
Great to have you alongside with us for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs are leading 7-0. Jason Marquis starting to cruise, sending the last 6 Pirates to the dugout empty-handed. Brian Bixler is from Sandusky, Ohio. Every time I think of Sandusky, I think of my favorite amusement park, Cedar Point.
Was it the Blue Streak? Was that the big roller coaster they used to have there?
They still have it, I think. Corkscrew, the Gemini, which at one time was the largest wooden roller coaster in the world. This is Cedeno to make the catch.
Not to mention the old spin and puke.
The demon drop. Oh. Leave your stomach at the top of the tower. A hazy Saturday afternoon. Where did the sun go?
Well, stick around for a few minutes. It'll be back. It's been that kind of a day. Low fog hanging over some of the buildings. Every now and then the sun will peek through. Just stay dry.
Talking with our crew earlier this week. We don't have a lot of extra time on our hands, but what did I hear about? We had David Weathers pitching for the Reds. You had Josh Fogg. Swing and a miss. I'm sure there were some other ones that came up. Misty May conducted the 7th inning stretch. A lot of run support for Jason here early on. Jim Winters is our technical director. We can go on and on and on. Any Champ Summers stories?
Well, it will be summer at some point. It's not for a while.
Swing and the miss. Strikeout number 5 for Marquis.
Meet the Team, Have a Ball, presented by Bank of America's on Tuesday, May 13th at 2:30. Collect autographs on an authentic Major League Baseball ball from the 2008 Chicago Cubs players and coaches in attendance. Limited tickets are available for $300 each. Proceeds benefit Cubs designated charities. To purchase tickets, visit www.cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS.
Clouth flied to center and then walked. Do we count Dusty Baker? I don't know if that's really a weather condition. Describes my office at home. All right, looking at the Pirates, you go back. Andy Van Slyke. We'll start with him. He was the opening day center fielder 1988 through 94. Starting in 1995, Jacob Brumfield. This is opening day starting center fielders. Mike Kingery, Jermaine Allensworth in 97 and 98, Brant Brown, Chad Hermanson, Adrian Brown, Kenny Lofton, Tyke Redmond for a couple of years, 2004, 2005, Chris Duffy in 06 and 07. So it has been a revolving door since Andy Van Slyke. Man center, Jim Leland days toward left center, and McLeod has hit it 17 straight to start the season. And it's not an unimportant position. It's a rather key one.
When McLeod hits the ball, he puts a charge into it. He doesn't just massage the ball out there in left center field. He drove that ball all the way to the warning track in left center. Generates a lot of power out of that little squatty body of his, but he's chased Reed Johnson all over this outfield in this series already. Nice stop. Boy, that's a tough one to block right there, that breaking ball that hits that far out in front of home plate. Boy, because of the spin on the ball, it's going to kick back to Gio's left. That time he actually blocked it with the inside of his right thigh and maybe a little bit of his right hand. This is the best I've seen Jason Marquis throw the ball in a long time. Great movement on his fastball, throwing it for strikes on both sides of the plate. He's been elevating fastballs when he wanted to, throwing some good breaking pitches. Really in a good rhythm.
Swing and a miss. 1-2 on Sanchez. We would be remiss if we didn't mention that the Cubs have been searching for a center fielder to grab that spot every day, year in, year out for a while. Alfonso Soriano started in center last year on opening day. Seen PA, Reed Johnson this year. That is not caught. It's trapped by DeRosa. Tried to sell it. Didn't get the call, and Sanchez is safe at second base as a throw got by Ronnie Cedeno. McLeod scores their first run. Good effort by Mark, but I think it was the right call. He's not arguing it. We'll get a better look here.
Now we'll get a much better look on the slow motion replay. Yep. Short hopped into the glove. He tried to sell it right there, perhaps a little bit too long while he's laying there showing the ball to the umpire. Freddie Sanchez kept running the bases. By the time DeRosa got it back in, I think it caught the middle infielders by surprise. Neither one of them was able to make a play on the throw.
The 0-1 in on the hands and fisted foul by Bay.
As he realizes that Sanchez is going, he throws from his knees back into the infield. Terrio let it go. Cedeno couldn't play it. They might have had Freddie Sanchez if Cedeno comes up with that one hopper.
Oh, 2 on Bay. Driven the other way, Fukudome will make the catch knee high. Nice running catch as the Pirates were trying to rally with 2 outs. They do get one on back-to-back doubles. It's 7-1 midway in the 5th.
People think life in California is one big vacation. It's really a lot of work.
We have board meetings. Lots of board meetings.
We're always playing catch up.
We're really just a bunch of pencil pushers.
We burn the midnight oil.
Hey, it's a dirty job.
Someone's got to do it.
So if California seems like your kind of work,
when can you start?
Find yourself in California. With over 95 daily flights from Chicago Midway to cities in California, Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther.
You are now free to move about the country.
Morning, Mike.
Morning, Bill.
Morning.
Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service.
Is that something new?
Brand spanking.
Really?
Yeah. Exceptional stopping power combined with the security of a 55-point brake inspection.
And the pads are lifetime guaranteed.
So next time this one.
That's why we call it Secure Stop.
Trust the Midas touch.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now through April 30th, get a low-mileage lease on the 2008 Pontiac G6 for around $199 a month. Call for residency restrictions and details. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmeyer here in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Back to Wrigley in a minute. First, a reminder of what's coming up tonight at 6:30 on Sports Night. We'll have full highlights and reaction from today's game. Plus, it was the annual Orange-Blue game this afternoon down in Champaign. But right now, let's go back to the north side with Len and Bob.
Thanks, Luke. Giovanni Soto sends that one over. Jason Bay out in left. He's streaking for second. The throw is there in time, and they get him on the one-hop throw from Jason Bay. So Soto was bidding for his second double of the day. Well, it's gone very well for the Cubs today. Offensively, Jason Marquis has done a nice job, and you'd love to see the 4 and 5 starters. Rich Hill yesterday with his first win, and Marquis trying to follow that up today.
Yeah, I said it a little while ago. Best start we've seen from Jason Marquis in a long time, and a lot of that I think has to do with the offense scoring a lot of runs for him early in this ball game. He's just rearing back, throwing strikes with all of his pitches today, letting his defense work behind him. It's been a real team effort today. Bay makes a nice play out there in left field to get to that ball, get it back into the infield, and good try by Gio right there. You never know what's going to happen when that ball gets out there and starts rattling around.
Bixler just got Cedeno. Barely. Crowd didn't like the call. James Hoy made it.
Bixler mishandles this ball briefly. It drops right in front of him. He recovers quickly and makes a strong throw across, but I thought Ronnie beat that just looking at it the first time. Get another look here. Very close. Whew. Once again, that speed we were talking about earlier puts pressure on the defense. They've got to rush their throws. One thing that would have helped Ronnie right there is if he would have hit the front part of first base rather than the middle and back part of first base. It seems like a very simple thing, but if you can have that last step come down on the very front edge of the base, a better chance of beating out those bang plays. Watch how far over the bag Ronnie is. His heel hits right in the middle of the base. His toes actually come off the back side of the base. You want to play that close, that will make a big difference.
It's gotten a little chilly here, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Broken back liner, look out. Well, the big barrel ended up just over the Pirate dugout. I hope everybody's all right as Marquis lines out. 7-1 Cubs after 5.
He's been known to cure narcolepsy just by walking into a room. His organ donation card also lists his beard. He's a lover, not a fighter. But he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
The 48 mile per gallon rated Toyota Prius. The Toyota Camry rated at 31 miles per gallon. And the 2009 Toyota Corolla rated at 35 miles per gallon. Lease the all-new 2009 Corolla for just $189 a month or get 0% APR financing. Long live the road trip. Toyota, it's a great way to keep moving forward.
always something to remind me of another place and time.
Tuesday, baseball returns to Wrigley as Dean Lee and the Cubs take on David Wright and the Mets in HD. Brought to you by Sharp Aquas. Coverage starts with Cubs pregame live. Cubs Mets in HD, Tuesday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Well, Tuesday, the Cubs will take a bite out of the Big Apple on Comcast Sportsnet starting at 12:30 as Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs will clash with David Wright and the Mets. And then at 7, Jermaine Dye and the Sox will take on A-Rod and the Bronx Bombers on the south side. So Chicago takes a bite out of the Big Apple beginning Tuesday at 12:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Darrell Ward has replaced Derek Lee at first base. Hopefully that's just because of the Cubs leading 7-1 and there's no sort of injury. Fouled away by Adam LaRoche.
Boy, a very dangerous moment. Jason Marquis breaks that bat. The barrel goes whirly-birding up into the stands above the Pirates dugout. Unfortunately, it clipped a couple of fans right on top of the head as they tried to duck out of the way. Hopefully everybody's okay. Got to pay attention. We talked about it yesterday. Some of the newer ballparks, or in this case an older ballpark, when you're so close to the action, got to keep an eye on that baseball and the bat.
And the bat, the ball went one way, the bat went the opposite direction. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Cue shot to third. It was a little bit of a tricky play because of that nasty spin off the bat of the left-handed hitter.
Yeah, and it looked like LaRoche cued that ball right off the very end of the bat, so it had a lot of side English on its way out there to Aramis Ramirez, but he's able to make the play no problem. This fog, it looks like a setting for a Stephen King novel out there today.
It's really clouded up. Foul tip, strike. Comebacker on the ground. Terrio will smother, but it'll still be a single. It's Nady's first hit.
Nice effort by the Riot up the middle of the field. He's got no play. Once he leaves his feet after running that far to get to the baseball, very little chance of getting that runner at first base, but keeps it on the infield nonetheless. Gets his uniform dirty. What a surprise.
Hit number 6 for the Pirates.
Some kind of a cross up there. Giovanni Soto just reached out to backhand that ball. It actually ended up hitting in the dirt, smacking him in the chest protector. I'm not sure if Jason Marquis crossed him up there. Wouldn't appear to be a reason for a cross-up right there, but Soto immediately goes out to the mound after that pitch just to make sure they know exactly what happened.
Another huge crowd here in the friendly confines. Haven't gotten attendance yet, over 39,000 in the ballpark for game one. Kevin Hart is the right-hander on the left. Sean Marshall, the left-hander on the right.
We've talked about it in the past. They don't do that just to confuse us. I mean,
you sure?
Well, maybe they do, but if they were switched and Kevin Hart was on the other mound and Sean Marshall on the other mound, they would both be throwing out of very nearly the same spot. So you make sure that the arm that you throw with is on the outside, so those bullpen catchers have a real good opportunity to see those pitches come in there and make the plays.
Brewers leading at Cincinnati 3-1. They're in the 7th inning. Suppan and Cueto in that matchup. Corey Hart hit his first home run in the 2nd inning. The Giants are shutting out the Cardinals 3-0 behind right-hander Tim Lincecum. As the Giants bat in the 7th inning, Joel Pinheiro on the hill for the Redbirds. A swing and a miss, strike 3. Rough day for Domet. He has struck out swinging all 3 times.
Jason Marquis done a nice job of changing speeds on Ryan Domet. That was a slider that he took a little bit off of. Normally not a good location to throw a hanging slider up over the inside part of the plate, but gets Domet to hack right through it. Pitches 98 now in the ball game, and still looks very comfortable pumping those strikes.
A season high for him. Big swing by Bautista. 0-2. And Bautista, whose average has gone up 11 points with a 1-for-2 start. He came in at 169. In that game in St. Louis, Aaron Rowan with his first home run as a Giant. Solo blast in the 4th inning. 3-0 Giants. In the 7th. Over in the American League, the Blue Jays have a 3-1 lead over Detroit. Bottom of the 5th. Slider just missed.
Aaron Rowan home run gives the Giants 8 on the season as a team. Derek Lee has 7 by himself.
Got him on the fastball to end the threat in the 6th. Nady stranded at first. It's been all Cubs today, 7-1.
If you're fed up with the pump, then meet Chevy's MVPs of MPG. Aveo, HHR, and Cobalt XFE, to name a few. Chevy. 7 models that offer an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. Qualified buyers get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months in this 2008 Chevy Cobalt. Log on now to ChevyDealer.com.
Monday on Chicago Tribune Live, a big city rivalry hits Wrigley Field as the Cubs battle the Mets. We'll preview the game. Plus, we'll hear from Illini stars Richard Mendenhall and Jay Lehman as they prepare for the NFL Draft. All that and more Monday at 5:30.
If you need to tow it,
Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Mets this Tuesday. Game time 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will get a Cubs Great t-shirt. Compliments of Comcast Sportsnet, a fan's best friend. Right-hander Tyler Yates will now work for the visitors. Phil DeMatre went 2 1/3, gave up 2 hits, no runs. Cubs leadoff man Reed Johnson. He is 0 for 3, rather 0 for 2 with a walk. Swing and the miss. 95 on the gun. Yates fastball. Jason Marquis. Probably done. You get handshakes. It looks like that's it. Quality start for him. 6 innings. 1 run. I like the strikeouts to walks ratio today. 7-1.
Well, you know, Len, we're all about fashion up here in the booth.
We try to be.
Having a little fun with the Pirates catchers in this series. We saw Ronnie Paulino last night wearing the gray and the yellow. Ryan Doma choosing to go with the black and the gold today. Strictly a matter of personal taste. I like the black a little better myself, but like I said, they're both a lot better than the all gray they wore last year.
Well, the first time a pitcher takes a comebacker off his face, you'd probably tell the catcher, I want it a little darker so I can catch the baseball coming out of that background.
I mean, it's common for infielders to have problems picking the ball up off the bat when there are a lot of white shirts sitting behind home plate directly in line with where the bat makes contact with the baseball. You don't want your catcher to be one of those guys.
Pulled to Bautista. Will lob over and get Johnson.
Catcher's gear one time. I actually had my picture taken with Joe DiMaggio in San Francisco wearing all orange catcher's gear. I looked like the Great Pumpkin.
Mr. Coffee and the Great Pumpkin was the caption. Pitch and base hit the other way. Second hit for Terrio.
Tomahawks that ball into right field. Sometimes Ryan Terrio looks like he's going to take a pitch. That's how quickly he could get that bat into the hitting zone. It looks like he's just going to stand there and take a pitch, and at the last instant Buggy whips that bat out there and drives the ball to the opposite field.
Darrell Ward came in to play first base in the top of the inning. does make you a little curious. Derek Lee doesn't normally come out. Let's hope there's nothing going on injury-wise. Derek, by the way, hit a big 2-run homer in the first inning. So far, it's all the Cubs have needed. Gone on to add 5 more.
I don't recall a play in the ball game or an at-bat where we sensed anything wrong with Derek. Hopefully just an opportunity to get Darrell Ward some at-bats here in this ball game.
Darrell's trying to get rid of those goose eggs behind the decimal point. Without a hit to start the year. But it's 3-0 here. Ramirez next. 3-1 on Darrell Ward, looking for a pitch he can really crush. Terrio runs, grounded just foul.
Freddie Sanchez, when he hit that double back in the 5th inning, there was some minor contact right there. I mean, barely enough to put a wrinkle in his uniform, but he's trying to figure out why Derek did come out of this ball game. Hopefully no injury.
No doubt Terrio will go again. He was running on a 3-1. Now it's 3-2. He takes off for second base and he can pull up. It's a walk. So Darrell's still without a hit, but he has walked 4 times.
Well, and that's to his credit to take a base on balls right there. You know he wants to get off the schneid, get into that hit column, but not going to swing at a bad pitch on a 3-2 count. Saw Yates up to 95 miles an hour earlier in this inning. That's his 4-seam fastball. His 2-seamer will sit around 90, 91. That was the last pitch to Aramis Ramirez. Really possesses a power arm, which is something the Pirates tried to stockpile in the bullpen this year.
Gorzelani started. He could not get out of the 3rd inning. Gave up 7 runs. Demontre pitched well in his 2 1/3. And now it's Yates. He only used 1 reliever in game 1 as Roncalis Osorio. 2 hitless and scoreless innings. After Ian Snell gave up 3 runs in his 6 innings. He took the loss. Tomorrow it's Zach Duke against Marissa Miller's favorite pitcher, Ryan Dempster. The 3-0 is inside. He walked him. They're loaded for Kosuke. Fourth start for both Duke and Dempster. Both pitching well. John Grabo is up. A trip to the mound for Jeff Andrews, a Pirates pitching coach. He's just handed a note to Len and Ron. This got it right. Happy birthday to Michelle Adler at the ball game today. Somewhere there's a note to Pat and Bob. I just know that.
You think?
Happy birthday to Bill Beers as well.
You mentioned the lefty thrown in the Pirates bullpen, but the Pirates electing to stay with Yates in this situation. I mean, Fukudome was hitting .385 against lefties coming into play today. Not a real percentage play to bring in a lefty to face him. Doesn't bother him a bit.
Kick in a 1-0. It's outside. Yates really working himself into a jam. He gave up a single to Terrio. Then he walked Ward and Ramirez. We know Fukudome is not going to help him out. Fukudome with an RBI on a bases loaded walk. 8-1.
You just love the patience you've seen from the Cubs hitters, not only in this ball game, in this inning, but throughout the early part of this season. A lot of deep counts, a lot of base on balls, creates opportunities for the guys hitting behind you in the order.
If you had to pick out one at bat other than a 2-run homer by Lee, but just as an example of things maybe have changed here a little bit, I think the Ronnie Cedeno 12-pitch at bat in the 3rd inning. He ended up walking, keeping the inning alive. Marquis then with an RBI double, and during that at bat, Mark DeRosa scored on a wild pitch. That is a great thing to see from a guy who has been very aggressive in his career. We know the patient guys are going to be patient, but the anxious hitters are becoming more patient. And that's a very positive thing for Gerald Perry and Lou Piniella. Meanwhile, 2-0 on DeRosa. Make it 2-1.
You're almost forced to take until you get a strike right now, the way Yates is struggling out there on the mound. Normally a 2-0 pitch with the bases loaded. Mark DeRosa had come right out of his shoes swinging at that ball, but had to force the Pirates pitcher to throw a strike.
Back-to-back pitches in the zone, 2-2. A run in. Ward now at 3rd, Ramirez at 2nd, Fukudome at 1st. Drive deep to left. Bay is there to make the catch. Ward tagging from 3rd. He will score. 9-1. Another successful plate appearance for Mark DeRosa, his 2nd RBI of the ball game. It's like hitting the ball through pea soup on a day like this. It might have been a home run on a quote normal day. Although this is kind of a normal day, I guess.
What is a normal day?
There is no such thing in this park. Called strike on Soto. Sac fly ended a streak of 4 straight hitters reaching base for the Cubs in this inning. kick and the pitch. 1-2. Happy 50th to Dave Andrzejak. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Long look by Yates. 2-2. Cubs have 9 hits. They've also walked 8 times.
Talk about Yates possessing a power arm. It's good for your fastball, but when you power right through your breaking ball, it doesn't do you much good. He's really overthrown his slider in this at bat to Giovanni Soto. Doesn't really take the break. Overpowers that breaking pitch. In effect, it becomes an off-speed pitch, so like a straight changeup, because it is slower than his fastball, but it doesn't have the kind of break you normally see on a slider.
Domit's given him every sign in the book. Brewers go on a 3-2 and another walk. 4 of them in this inning. That's going to force John Russell to come out, and it's like he'll make a double switch. A Heineken call to the pen. Brings on left-hander John Grable.
This month, take 30% off all groceries.
Take 30% off of your utility bill.
Save 30% on all gasoline.
We wish.
We wish.
We wish.
This month, Feldco windows are 30% off, and it's our only spring window sale. Save 30% on energy-efficient Feldco windows. Do one window or do the whole house. But hurry, this offer ends April 30th.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now get a low-mileage lease on the 2008 GMC Acadia for around $349 a month. Call for residency restrictions and details. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Arby's $5 Roundup. Choose from your Arby's favorites like 2 popcorn chicken shakers or 3 beef and cheddars or 4 regular roast beefs for only $5. It's a great deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
How would you like to see the Northsiders play in St. Louis? It's the I-55 sweepstakes presented by Lumiere Place Casino and Hotels. Now's your chance to win luxury box tickets to the May 3rd game and a one-night stay at Lumiere Place Casino and Hotels in St. Louis. To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com. Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Doug Mientkiewicz is at third base. He's a first baseman by trade, but is a terrific defensive player. He made his first major league start at third on Saturday. He hasn't been there that much, but he comes in as part of a double switch along with John Grable. He pitches to Ronnie Cedeno. The Cubs have walked 4 times here in the 6th inning. They've scored twice. The pitch to Ronnie Cedeno is a strike, 1-1.
One thing about bringing Doug Mientkiewicz into the ballgame to play out of position at third base, the bunt doesn't figure to be a factor anymore.
This will get down for Cedeno. Ramirez and Fukudome will score. The throw goes to third. Soto is safe there, and a big day for Ronnie. That's his first hit. We talked about the great plate appearance in the 3rd inning. And he comes through again here in the 6th. 11-1.
And another example of a Cubs hitter taking what was offered. Pitch on the outside corner of the plate, moving away, just kind of cues it out into shallow right field to drive home a couple of teammates.
A good hand for Matt Merton, who's back from AAA Iowa. Got on base a lot, did not hit for extra base power. But he is back in the big leagues.
Knowing his history, Matt Merton, another guy who's very selective at the plate, doesn't usually swing at bad pitches.
Ground ball to second that backed up Sanchez, but he will throw to first, and the inning is over. 9 come to the plate. A lot of support for Jason Marquis, who's now out. The Cubs will go into their bullpen in the 7th, up 10.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
The new Lexus ISF. Only at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Arby's $5 Roundup. Choose from your Arby's favorites like 2 popcorn chicken shakers, or 3 beef and cheddars, or 4 regular roast beefs for only $5. It's a great deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Bump, 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 bump,
A lot of people ask, what makes using Quikrete so easy? Well, the secret's in the bag. Quikrete Concrete. It's what America's made of.
After the game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Analysis with Dan Plesac. Highlights, press conferences, and interviews from the stadium. Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. After the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with McDonald's Sports Fries, only on Comcast Sportsnet. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. McDonald's Sports Fries, every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Sign up for a subscription to Vineline, the official monthly magazine of the Chicago Cubs. Vineline offers exclusive player features, team analysis, and minor league coverage. In print and now available online through the Cubs Club on Cubs.com. Visit the Cubs official website to order Vineline today. Matt Merton stays in and plays left. Pushes Mark DeRosa closer to home plate again. He's done that a few times this week. And right-hander Kevin Hart taking over for Jason Marquis. Ball 1 on Bixler. The breaking ball for a strike. It's a little bit like Bears weather. Bears kicker Robbie Gould. Single stretch today. Good dig by Darrell Ward on the throw from Terrio. And Cavich, who gets his first at bat. Evan Meek, a Rule 5 pickup in the Pirates bullpen. Not a big surprise that Minkevich can play third. Excellent defensive skills, a lot of range. Won a Gold Glove with Minnesota in 2001. Played first, second, third, and right in his career.
Kevin Hart with one job in the world right now. Throw strikes. Big lead for the Cubs. Let your defense work.
It's Darrell Ward to flip to Hart for the second out. I guess Derek Spine wondered about him coming out fairly early, even though the Cubs were leading by a bunch. They're up even more now. Darrell Ward getting some action at first base.
That's his most comfortable position. We've seen Darrell play a little bit of right field already this season, but far and away his most accomplished position is right where he's at right now. And as we know, he's not going to get a lot of starts over there at first base.
After McLeod extended his hit streak to 16, it'll be Niger Morgan to bat for him. Or rather 17. He came in at 16th. Went too far. That's a strike. Soto wants that pitch in a little bit. It was way in. Look out.
Well, you see a lot of that when you have a right-handed pitcher on the mound that features that cut fastball and a left-handed hitter with a quick bat at the plate. That cut fastball just continues to work further and further in toward the hands of the hitter, and the only thing they can do is jerk it foul.
Morgan with that time, and he'll be thrown out by Giovanni Soto. Time to sing.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ballgame, Chicago Bears kicker Robbie Gould.
All right, Cubs fans, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ballgame. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, 'cause it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame, 'cause it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Yeah, let's get some runs.
Make your yard or garden the best on the block with quality products from Menards. Grow a perfect lawn with Schultz brand grass seed mixtures. In 4 different varieties, they're only $4.99 a bag after rebate. Keep garden shrubs and trees safe with galvanized rabbit guard fence. This 2-foot high by 50-foot long roll is just $10.88. 40-inch high also on sale. Plus, there are 0 payments and no interest till 2009 when you use your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
I see skies of blue.
Some discover it through the wonder of others. Some experience it volunteering their time, while others find it through the expectation of tomorrow. It's wellness. And at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, yours means the world to us. Because when it all comes together, we want to give you the confidence to experience wellness everywhere.
What a wonderful world.
Chicago Tribune Live. presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Morgan stays in and plays center. The new second baseman is veteran Chris Gomez, and right-hander Evan Meek will now do the pitching for the Pirates in a blowout today. Felix P.A. is going to hit for Reed Johnson. Robbie Gould, Bears kicker, up in the booth with us. Football player. He has short sleeves. I don't know if you're regretting that now. It's cooled off a little bit, Robbie.
We're used to this weather. We always do this out in Chicago. This is football weather.
It sure is. It's been a good day for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. It's a football score out there, you know, especially when the Cubs are kicking the crap out of a Pennsylvania team. It's always nice to see.
You went to Penn State. Who did you root for growing up baseball-wise?
You know what? I didn't really grow up rooting for anybody. I kind of just liked watching it. I didn't like the Pirates and or the Phillies because everyone liked them. I kind of grew up when Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla and all those guys were, you know, pretty rocking in the Berg. So it's been fun to watch the Cubs kick their butts. So it's been awesome.
Trying to make it 5-0 against the Pirates to start this season series is P.A. It's a ground ball to Adam LaRoche, who takes it unassisted. One of the most consistent kickers in the league, Robbie Gould. Speaking of cold, how about the game against Green Bay? Is that the coldest game of your life?
It is definitely the coldest game I've ever played in. We played in a lot of cold games. You know, we played in a game against Sunday night against Atlanta. It was, I think, 3 degrees. But I've never played in wind and or a wind chill like we played in that day.
I know you're out early kicking field goals before the game. On a day like that, the conditions are so big. Do you kick at both ends that day and try to figure out how far can I kick it? The conditions can change as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we go out there and we have our pregame routine where we kick at both ends and we do kickoffs from both ends and figure out exactly where we want to start the game. And you know, you really judge the wind at certain distances for a certain amount of wind, and you get a feel for it in pregame warm-up. And the good thing is about it, as soon as I'm done kicking, I'm in the locker room, so I'm staying warm.
It's a called strike.
Talking about singing the stretch today, you're a veteran now. You didn't look nervous at all.
You know what? I got an opportunity to do it last year, and I was really nervous. I was actually more nervous to sing and throw the first pitch last year than I was for any football game I've ever played in. And it's, you know, it's fun to be back. I'm just glad to get an opportunity to do it again. And you know, this is a fun time of the year because Wrigleyville and the Cubs are usually, you know, rocking this place out, and it's fun to get down here in the summer to see everybody and enjoying the Cubs win, and hopefully we can make that that run that we would love to make.
2-2 the count. Terrio hits that one foul. Robbie's the most accurate kicker in Bears history among kickers with at least 50 attempts. 85%. And a strike. Do we get a hug like yesterday? Marissa Miller and Ryan Dempster, just a handshake.
Yeah, just a handshake.
Matt's like, make sure you don't jump in my arms. I heard that story. I don't want to be that joke in the locker room. No, but it was fun. It was fun to see Matt back out here, and I know he's pretty excited to be here. And you know, it's fun to see him get an opportunity to step to the plate, and you know, it's great. You know, it really is. That's a guy that's worked really hard. He obviously went to the minors, and I know the fans here love him, and he's pretty excited to be back out here. So it's fun to see him work as hard as he did to get back out here, and you know, hopefully he'll have a lot more success out here again this time around.
Meek with a 3-2 pitch, and it's hit foul off to the right. I want to ask you about the media stuff and, you know, what kickers are allowed to talk about when it comes to team stuff. I guess Mike Vanderjagt has been a little outspoken in his NFL career. You obviously will talk about your kicks and your field goals and all that stuff. Do you kind of watch it a little bit? I know you're a team leader, but how does that work in the locker room?
You know, there's certain things you don't talk about. Obviously, people's injuries, you know, to people's contracts, to people's money, to, you know, situations that you don't know anything about. So you can comment on the team as far as the success that they're having, kind of where we're headed, and you know, things that are pertinent to what you need to talk about. As far as everything else is concerned, you know, I'd like to stay and talk about the things that I can talk about and leave the rest of that to everybody else.
Because people, they'll ask you about quarterback controversies, they'll ask you about all kinds of other stuff that really doesn't have anything to do with what you do, but you just try to keep it more about the team. Right?
Absolutely, you know, and obviously we had that question happen a lot last year, and, you know, Rex and Kyle are back. You know, those are our guys. That's an opportunity that we know exactly who our quarterbacks are going to be, except for the third one right now. And you know, you got to support your guy. You know, it doesn't matter who it is. You got to have the faith and the support that they're going to go out there and get the job done. And you know, I'm not going to go out there and throw any passes, so I can't really comment on exactly how well they're going to do. But you know, I'm looking forward to those guys competing, and I think it's going to make our team a lot better.
2 strikes on Darrell Ward, a man on with 1 out. It's been a terrific offensive day for the Cubs. They've scored 11 runs on 10 hits, and they've taken 10 walks.
Well, Robbie, I'd be interested to hear what you would have to say. A lot of times we compare closers in baseball to kickers in football, because all people remember is what you did most recently.
Absolutely. You know, it's actually fun, because it's fun to watch Kerry Wood, you know, who was a starter for a very long time and now becomes a closer, and to see his mentality, it's definitely a different mentality. And I know that watching Kerry out in his last couple outings, you know, he's more settled now, you know, and it's fun to watch. And you know, you got to be able to say, this is the most important 3 outs, I want to do it. And I think he pitched 6 pitches or something like that yesterday and got 3 outs. So he's definitely settling in at that position. It's fun to watch, and I'm excited for him. I really am.
I mean, you rarely miss a field goal attempt, and you never miss an extra point, but when you did, way back when, I assume that you couldn't wait to get back out there for your next opportunity.
Absolutely.
Right?
You know, you have to have a short memory, especially if you miss a big field goal, and you know, you're human. You're going to make errors. You're gonna miss kicks, and you know, I don't want to by any means, and I think I can go out there and make every kick. And you know, it's an opportunity that you're going to be placed out there. They're not going to put you in a bad situation, but if you miss it, you know, you got to go back out there and focus to get back on a streak, and really have the confidence that you're going to make every kick.
Darrell Ward drives it to deep right, and it will get out. His first hit of the year is a 2-run homer. That's the way to do it. 13-1.
We need somebody to get the extra point, Robbie. Can you handle that?
I would love to. Let's do it.
Oh, good for D. Ward. Belvedere going downtown. Replay, a hanging breaking ball right in the middle of the plate for Darrell Ward. A line drive just into the front row of the bleachers in right field.
Meek didn't like it, but the Cubs dugout loved it. Darrell Ward against his former team, and Kevin Hart has hit the ball hard a couple of times here recently. A line shot out. Told you he could hit, BB.
Oh, he can hit. I'll tell you, if he gets enough at bats this year, I think he's got a chance to go deep. He just looks like a very confident hitter up there at the plate.
That'll definitely add some confidence to your swing after that, though.
Oh, yeah.
Career homer number 87 for Darrell Ward. Both Cubs first basemen have gone deep. Derek Lee in the first, and now Darrell Ward in the 7th. Now, game-winning field goal attempts, overtime tries notwithstanding, because those I know are all about makes or misses. But do you ever hit a ball that goes through and it's wobbly, and you say to yourself, I just didn't do this right, and then you miss one and you say I did everything right, but it didn't go in?
Absolutely. You know, there's always kicks like that. Obviously in Chicago you have a lot of wind and you have a lot of conditions that you have to deal with, and you know, it's a unique place to kick. It really is. It's tough, and you got to be confident to do it, and I'm just excited to have that opportunity.
Well, you've been outstanding, and it's always good to see you, Robbie. Enjoy your summer.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
It's Robbie Gold, 13-1.
When you're ready for fun, Southwest Airlines has your fare. Fly to lots of fun places nationwide for as low as $59 one way.
Your now free to move about the country.
Coors Light. It's a frost-brewed beer. It's a beer brewed down as cold as 34 degrees. Aged cold. Filtered cold. Put into bottles, cans, and kegs. Cold. Why? We know you like cold beer. So ask for a beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies. Because refreshment isn't everything. It's the only thing. Frost-brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Run, boy, run, boy, run, boy, run. They're gonna get you, boy, run, boy, run. They're gonna get you, boy, run, boy, run. Run, boy, run, boy, run, boy, run.
Keep going in the fuel-efficient Kia Sportage, starting under $17,000.
Now the sharp aqueous detail of the game. The Cubs had done everything well. Running and taking advantage of errors. A double steal and a run back in the 4-run third inning. A sharp aqueous detail. That made it 5-0 at the time. It's a blowout today as Felix PA stays in and plays center. 13-1. Chris Gomez hits a rainbow to right field. Fukudome there to make the play.
You gotta love Robbie Gould. Comes up here, he knows exactly how many pitches the closer threw the day before. Obviously a real good Cubs fan, follows the game. Boy, and he can kick it.
He sure can.
His consistency is just remarkable. We talk about baseball players and especially pitchers occasionally getting a little bit too far inside their own head. Well, if there's a position on a football field where you can get in your own head in a bad way, it would be as the kicker.
Kicking outdoors in the Midwest, a little different than in a dome for half your games. A 1-1 pitch to Bay. Cutter a little bit low and outside. 2 balls and a strike. Pirates scored just 2 runs on 6 hits in the opener, 1 run on a half-dozen hits today. They're staring at what would be their 4th straight loss. Their closer Matt Capps may just get an inning of work in the bottom of this inning. It's the one thing a manager has to do during a losing streak, keep his closer in the mix somehow. It's not always easy.
And it's not always a good situation for the closer. I mean, there have been many documented cases of closers coming in non-safe situations where it's just not quite the same adrenaline level as they have when they're coming in to close out a close ball game. But you got to get them in there and get their work in. You may need them again tomorrow.
Count has run full on Jason Bay. Singled his first try. Popped to first, lined to right his last 2 times. Here it is, ball 4. Just the 2nd walk surrendered by Cubs pitching. Time now for our Coors Light Cold Blast email. Mike Draz from Chicago said, I'd always wondered why there were 2 dirt circles in the grass on either side of home plate and inside of the on-deck circles. Now that the field has been redone, those circles are gone. What were they for? Well, those were the fungo circles. That's a good catch, Mike. I hadn't noticed before you sent that email that the fungo circles are no longer there. I guess the idea was so you don't wear out the grass.
Correct. Yeah, when the batting cage is set up around the home plate area, those two circles were just outside the batting cages where the coaches would stand and hit ground balls to the right and left side of the infield.
So now you know.
Now you know. Yeah, another change, the coaches' boxes here. We talked about it briefly during the first homestand of the season, and after making the appropriate measurements, you can barely see the outline of the old coaches' box closer to the foul line there. They moved them 5 feet further away from the foul lines, and they've done away with the back line. See just kind of an L-shaped coach's box there. That line to the left of your screen right there, that's as far forward as the coaches are supposed to go toward home plate for safety reasons. As far as getting away from home plate, you can go as far down the lines as you want.
Broken bat single into center for LaRoche. Know what the Pirates beat writers, one of the questions they're going to ask John Russell again about the maple bats. I don't know what LaRoche uses, but after Don Long got hit the other day, you had Jason Marquis' bat explode, and a fan was hit behind the Pirates dugout. We certainly hope that fan is okay. But that has become a big topic around baseball.
You know, it's unfortunately, without being too graphic, you know it's going to happen someday. A barrel of a bat is going to go whirly-birding into the stands or back through the field of play or toward one of the coaches down either line, and that very sharp, jagged edge is going to be leading the way. And boy, oh boy, you just hope it doesn't come to that before Major League Baseball tries to figure out somehow to at least slow down the number of bats exploding all over the playing field. Certainly a lot of it has to do with the proliferation of thin-handled bats. A lot of guys use real skinny bats nowadays. A lot of the weight is out toward the barrel end of the bat, and if you don't hit it exactly on the sweet spot, that handle is the weakest spot in the bat, and it's going to break rather quickly.
That's a foul ball. John Russell was quoted in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette a couple of days ago talking about the maple bats. He said, quote, "I know guys like them, but they are dangerous because they explode."
You don't need to tell him.
It's Don Long. What he mentioned in that Pittsburgh Post-Gazette article, Don Long, he said it's not just inside pitches, it's guys hitting the ball squarely and they still break.
Now that was the big difference when I was managing the Diamondbacks, and more guys started to use those maple bats, and they would come back to the bench complaining that they hit it right on the screws. You know, and on occasion they were using a brand new bat, and you'd see the ball mark right where you want it on the sweet spot of the barrel, but yet the bat broke as if the guy got hit right above his thumbs.
A light mist is falling from this hazy sky. Nothing serious as Hart deals on a 2-2. Off the end of the bat in the air, Darrell Ward, Kosuke Fukudome, Ronnie Cedeno over. Darrell just missed it. It's foul.
Tough play for Darrell Ward, looking straight back over his head as he tried to get back there into a position to make the play. Fukudome had too far to go to get there. Ronnie Cedeno too much of an angle to get there in time. Sometimes they're just not hit high enough in the air for anybody to get underneath them.
Fukudome over toward the line, took a quick look at the padding. He's going to leap, and it drops foul. Not sure if that ball hit the side wall. We just saw him go up, and then we lost sight of him.
It hit right at the top of the padding. Yosuke didn't really see where it went. It's tough to hit a foul ball down that right field line. Very little room between the foul line and the side wall down there that's padded, and it looked like that fly ball hit the very top of the padding on the wall and then bounced up and out of play.
Another 2-2 pitch. A swing and a miss.
Well, a bunch of borderline pitches that Nady just kept fouling off, and finally Kevin Hart just rears back and throws a fastball right down the middle of the plate and blows it by the Pirate right fielder.
Ball one on Ryan Doman. The bases are loaded. He gets hit by a pitch. It's been a painful day, figuratively and now literally, for Doman. 3 strikeouts, and then he's hit by a pitch. Michael Wirtz is going to come in. Heineken called to the pen. Kevin Hart out and Wirtz in. 13-1.
Who could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
You should go.
Ready to vent?
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
My perception of Ford has always been trucks. They are going to let me drive the Ford Edge.
We knew that people who don't drive a Ford would be surprised by Ford. So we went from town to town and friend to friend, inviting real people to drive one.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. It's a hot-looking car. I've actually really enjoyed the sync system.
Calling husband.
How are you doing?
I don't have to use my hands at all. Love that. After test driving it for a week, I'm a believer.
Drive an Edge with $2,000 cash back, and competitive owners get an extra $1,000. Visit a Chicagoland Ford store and drive one today.
Relax in style with help from Menards. Build a deck of your dreams with AC2 Micro Pro treated decking and Cedar Tone decking, all on sale. Cedar Tone has a rich color and water protection built right in. On sale for just 75 cents a linear foot. Finish jobs fast and easy with Brute Tough cordless drills from Bosch. This 14.4 volt drill is $189. This 18 volt model is $229. Plus, when you buy either of these drills, you'll get a free pair of Motorola radios back by mail.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, Cub fans, Cubs games are now on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand. Comcast customers go to digital channel 999 and look for Comcast Sportsnet and watch Cubs games on demand. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Right-hander Michael Wirtz tries to get Kevin Hart off the hook. here in the 8th inning. First pitch strike on pinch hitter Luis Rivas. Michael had a couple of rough outings until his last appearance, which was a 1-2-3 9th inning on Thursday against Cincinnati. Pirates have Bay at third, LaRoche at second base. Domit's at first, a ground ball to third. DeRosa will throw to Darrell Ward. So Michael Wirtz gets it done. Helps out Kevin Hart's ERA as well, preserves it. It's 13-1.
Cup holders, researchers say, is one of the top reasons women buy one car over another. Not horsepower, not available features like an 8-inch nav screen or black leather trim. Nope, cup holders. Maybe those researchers need a little quality time with a different kind of woman.
Visit your local Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
Hi, we're Team Teskey.
Want a greener, healthier lawn? Need help with your trees, shrubs, or flowers? Come to Teskey's. Hi, it's George from Teskey's. Since 1922, Quad Cityans have trusted Teskey's expert advice for their lawns and gardens. So if you're putting in a new vegetable garden or re-landscaping your home, come see me and...
We're Team Teskey.
We'll take care of you. Teskey's, Bettendorf, and Moline. Teskey's, where homes come to life.
Intelligent storytelling, emotional impact, sports stories with ties to Iowans. Brooks on Sports takes you beyond the box scores and statistics with compelling stories that you won't see anywhere else.
Iowa Wrestling with Tom Brands, a look at high school athletics in the state of Iowa with Rick Wilco, and tips from the top on grilling from the chefs at Riverside.
Watch Brooks on Sports on your local Mediacom Connections channel.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmeyer in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Back to the ballpark in a minute. First, a reminder of what's coming up tonight at 6:30 on Sports Night. We'll have full highlights and reaction from the game at Wrigley. Plus, our Chuck Garfien was in right field today to check out Fukudome Fever. Right now, let's go back to Len and Bob at the ballpark.
Well, Luke, it's all Cubs on this Saturday. Matt Capps will pitch. He's their closer, but he's just trying to give John Russell an inning and stay fresh. He's made 6 straight scoreless appearances. This is his first outing in 5 days. This is one of those days where, unless Gorzolani had pitched like a perfect game, John Russell was going to get his closer some action. Liner right at Brian Bixler. DeRosa's out. The Danley's upcoming Cubs schedule. Pirates and the Cubs tomorrow. If the Cubs hold on here, they'll try to go for the sweep tomorrow. The Mets in for a short series. We'll be back on Comcast Sportsnet Tuesday afternoon for the homestand finale, and then a quick 2-game set in Colorado. We're on Plus Wednesday night, 7:30 Central Time.
Rockies going into play today at an even 500, 8 up, 8 down. Diamondbacks threatening to run away with that National League West in the early going. They already have a 4-game lead, 12-4.
It is really, really foggy right now. Cubs scoring a lot of runs here in the ballpark. This does not look like right now what would be a good offensive day weather-wise. The conditions don't appear that way. A called third strike. The Cubs have been patient. They have taken advantage of mistakes in the strike zone, and Derek Lee, our Nissan drive of the game, could be a game winner, a 2-run homer in the first inning off Tom Gorzolani. This is where the scoring position stat can really lie. The Cubs are 2 for 9. So that's what, a .222 batting average? Doesn't matter today.
Well, we can talk all you want about the Derek Lee home run or the Darrell Ward home run, but for me, the story of this ball game was the patience that the Cubs showed offensively. It was obvious Gorzolani was struggling with his command. Pirates bullpen to varying degrees has struggled with their command, and the Cubs have been content to work the deep counts, take the base on balls.
Cedeno with his second hit. I think there's a pretty reasonable chance that Ronnie has earned a start tomorrow. He's had success against Zach Duke. Cubs have scored 13 today, and he's been a big part of it. But it's up to that guy to make those decisions, Lou Piniella. If you missed it, Matt Merton was recalled from AAA Iowa. Eric Patterson went the other way. Sure, we'll see Eric again here in the big leagues later this year. This is not a season high in walks. Cubs have taken 10. They walked 11 times on April 7th at Pittsburgh. That game went 12 innings. While these games tend to draw out when you're taking a lot of walks, these are the kinds of games that teams like the Red Sox play all the time.
Pretty much every day, yeah.
They grind it out. They make the other pitcher work. Pile up base runners and then hit for power when needed. Throw goes to first base as Gomez gets Merton and will head to the 9th inning with the Cubs leading by a dozen.
He's been known to cure narcolepsy just by walking into a room. His organ donation card also lists his beard. He's a lover, not a fighter. But he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Leaders do not follow. They pave the way, never settling for second place or second rate. They glorify the grime and dirty fingernails that are part of the cars that make men roar and drive women wild. Can you smell that? That's 100+ years of wheels spinning inside their heads as they figure out the next big first.
The Reebok Hex Ride running shoe. Extreme comfort and cushioning. Perfect for the off-season.
There is no off-season. I'm with you, Matt. Running keeps me strong.
Got that, Tori. It builds my speed.
Like you need more speed, Chad. It will to break my records.
Hey, guys. We all have our reasons.
For sure, Stace.
To be a better dancer.
Like me. It's your move, Matt.
Matt, you might want to stick to passing. The Reebok Hex Ride. Available at Dick's Sporting Goods.
After the game, stick around for Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Get highlights of all the action Analysis from Dan Plesac. Plus check in on Lou Pinella's post-game remarks. Don't miss Lowe's Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Michael Wirtz got the final out with the bases loaded in the 8th inning. And he coaxes a swing and a miss from Bixler to start the 9th. A happy birthday to our colleague Angie Adocchio.
Angie's finally 21.
Finally.
Right.
Our producer today here on Comcast Sportsnet, Bob Albrecht. Our director, Dave Turner. Tamara Anderson is our associate producer. Our stage manager, Christine Charbonneau. It's bounced foul. The duet operator, Mark Stensel. The duet operator. Does that mean he has a good singing voice? He comes up with all those fun graphics like your baseball card the other night. Jim Winters is our technical director. And the executive producer of Comcast Sportsnet is Jim Corno Jr. Great work by our entire crew as always as Bickler shoots it the other way, and it's caught by Kosuke. 1 out. It's up to $1.
Wow. You better buy it now before you can't afford it.
Buck, very nice.
It's impressive. You know, last homestand when they unveiled the Ernie Banks statue, I thought it was really interesting. I mean, the statue really caught Ernie in his heyday, this stance at the plate. And even to this day, when Ernie, somebody said, "Let's see it, Ernie," and they handed him a bat, he fell right back into the same stance as the statue, the same stance as every at-bat he ever had in his career. That front shoulder tucked down a little bit lower than the back shoulder. Just amazing. Muscle memory, fell right back into it. See, good hitters, they got one stance and one approach, and they stuck with it throughout their entire careers, which to me was boring. You know, you got to change a little bit every now and then.
Right. Now, you weren't Cal Ripken-like in that regard.
No, I wasn't as bad as Ripken. He would change his stance sometimes during the course of an at-bat. Go from an open stance to a closed stance, hands held high, hands held low. He would change all the time.
Ontario can see this ground ball as the fog has really rolled in. Mikavich retired. $40,298. Some have headed off to other destinations with their team leading 13-1. Niger Morgan representing the Pirates' last chance. Strike one on a slider.
Boy, and all the offense today, Len, don't lose sight of the fact that Jason Marquis had one of his best outings in a long time today. Really had good stuff, good command of the strike zone. Was working in a good rhythm from the first pitch of the ball game until he came out after 6 strong innings.
First time he got through 6 innings in his first 3 starts. Still 0-2 on Morgan. Just outside. Well, that's a good fastball. Going at 93. Swing and a foul tip strikeout, and the Cubs win. They have dominated the Pittsburgh Pirates this season. They're 5-0 versus Pittsburgh. And they now have won 8 straight if you go back to September 21st of last year against the Pirates. Boy, all around just a great game for the Chicago Cubs. A final 13-1. And our Chevy player of the game, the starter and the winner, Jason Markey.
Good sinker today, good hard slider, just pounding away at the edges of the strike zone. By far his best outing of this year, maybe in a couple of years.
So he's our Chevy player of the game, and now down on the field, Kerry Sayers with a guy who scored 3 times, Ryan Theriot.
Yeah, Ryan Theriot was in the right place at the right time today. 2 hits and scoring 3 runs. Just a nice victory for you guys and a great way to see the offense rolling.
Yeah, it was. You know, we were able to put some hits together and score some runs. It'd be nice to come out and do that more often.
Well, you have. In the last handful of games, you guys have scored 9 runs or more. Do you guys feel like you're hitting your stride?
Yeah, you know, but you don't want to, put too much stock into it. Still early, but I know everybody's swinging the bats good right now. We need to take advantage of it. More importantly, our pitchers are throwing the ball well.
For you personally, before we get to the pitchers, you're hitting over 400 on this homestand. What's been working for you? Do you feel like, you're in a good group here?
Yeah, I feel good at the plate. I'm seeing the ball well. Gerald and I made a few little changes down in the cage and starting to get some hits.
You talked about the pitching. Lou said one thing he wanted to see yesterday was the pitching staff to come around, and yesterday Rich Hill gets back on track. Today Jason Markey with his best outing of the season.
Yeah, Jason threw the ball well. Rich the same yesterday, and when they give us a chance like that, normally you see good things happen.
All right, thanks for your time, Ryan. Great game.
Thank you.
It's Ryan Theriot, 3 runs scored, 2 hits in this big 13-run win. Back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, Kerry, thank you. The Cardinals, by the way, were shut out by San Francisco 3-0, and it's still early, but the Cubs only half a game out of first place. 11-6 on the year, and tomorrow, Bob, they will go for the sweep. They have Ryan Dempster on the mound.
Well, and Dempster's been throwing the ball extremely well every outing this year, so you'd like to think he can continue to do the things he's been doing. And the patient approach from the offense today, I can't tip my cap enough to Gerald Perry for the work he's done with these guys, trying to impress upon them how important it is to get a good pitch to hit. If you don't, take it.
Cubs now 4-1 on this homestand, and that will do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned. More to come on Post Game Live. Once again, our final score today, the Cubs 13, the Pirates 1. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet will be Tuesday at 1 o'clock. The final game of a short 2-game set against the New York Mets. Nelson Figueroa, a right-hander, versus left-hander Ted Lillard. Now for Bob, Kerry Sayers, and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.
Thanks, Len. Stick around because up next, Dan Plesac will join me for Lowe's Cubs post-game live. We will break down today's game, hear from Lou Piniella, and have a preview of tomorrow's series finale. It's all coming up next on Lowe's post-game live, so stick around.
When I get up or when I'm on my way home, time to go, cause I wanna have fun. Now I'm in the zone, and it's no wonder. Gonna pick me up some fun and share with everyone. Now you say, hey, hey, yo, yo. Now you can't beat this feeling. Hey, hey, yo, yo. This good stuff's got me singing.
You can never have too much good stuff, Chicago. AM, PM, too much good stuff.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
Hey, Carl. I'm winning, right? Yeah, but the other drivers think Aflac sponsorship's giving you an advantage.
Well, if you're sick and you can't work, Aflac pays cash fast to help keep you in the race.
I know, but they see it a little differently. I taught him that.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
I wish there was more we could do, but at least your husband's lived a long life.
Yeah. I'm kind of in the middle of something. All right, I'm on my way.
He's alive. It's a miracle.
When the crave calls, answer with one of 3 tasty cheeseburgers, bacon, spicy jalapeno, or our savory French onion. Just 69 cents each.
I'll take a sack of 10.
Excellent choice.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today. The first ever Pontiac G8. Build your own at pontiac.com/G8. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. And by GMC. Engineered to the highest standard. Professional grade.
Drives it to deep right, and it will get out. His first hit of the year is a 2-run homer.
Darrell Ward getting in on the fun as the Cubs break out the big bats against the Bucks today. The lucky number 13 on the scoreboard, 13-1. Cubs blast the Pirates at Wrigley Field. Hello and welcome to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer, and he is former Cubs reliever Dan Plazak. We're going to break down the game for you. Dan, this is unbelievable. They're 5-0 now against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Might just play them every day.
Well, really, the start of this game really was Jason Marquis. He was terrific. This might have been one of his best starts in a Cub uniform. We touched on it briefly in the pregame show. Getting on a 5-day rotation, he threw terrific.
All right, here's Lou Piniella live at Wrigley Field.
Wonderful offense today, but we got to probably be more on how Marquis did for you.
Yeah, Marquis pitched really well. Gave us 6 good innings. And our offense really clicked today. Lee got us started with a 2-run homer there in the first, and we added runs throughout the ball game. But yeah, we're pleased with the way Marquis threw.
Lou, was Derek okay, or was that precautionary? Why did you come?
No, he just had a little stiffness. That's all in his neck. He'll be fine.
Do you pick a special spot or see something the pitcher and catcher to call the double stealer because it worked to perfection?
Well, these are things that we worked on all spring, and when we feel that we have an opportunity, we try them, and today it worked really well. Fukudomi got a good jump, and DeRosa followed suit, taking second. So it's you know, I said that during spring training that this was something that we're going to work on and try from time to time.
Lee is pulling the ball more.
Who?
Lee's pulling the ball.
Yeah, he is.
Why do you think he's...
I don't know. I mean, I know that he's swinging the bat well, and the ball jumping off his bat, and when he gets a hold of it, it's got good carry.
Lou, why are you so much better this April than last April? You think it's just because you know the personnel better and you have some better personnel?
I think this team is playing with more confidence. I think that's a big issue here. I think last April, after a 96-loss season, I'm not so sure that they thought that they could win. And after playing good baseball like we did from, I guess, 1st of June on, there's more confidence, and they expect better results.
You said it was important to get off that fast start.
Well, it was important. It's a good division. It's a good competitive division, and and we're playing more games at home to start the season. So a good start is important.
You talked about looking for something that works in that leadoff spot. Will you give Johnson another go?
Okay, yeah, we'll play the same lineup tomorrow. We're not going to change anything.
You get back-to-back good starts from guys that you needed to get going.
It's important for us, yeah. I mean, it really is. You know, I was looking at through the results or through you call it, the data. And our bullpen pitched the second most innings in the big league. So it's important that these guys start pitching better, starting wise, and we got a good one last night from Hill, although he only gave us 5 innings, it's fine. And today, Marquis, the pitch count got him a little bit. He still had good stuff. But, yeah, we can start stretching these guys out a little more and alleviating the strain on the bullpen. We get Lilly. Well, we got Dempster going tomorrow, and then Zambrano and Lilly. So, but yeah, so far on this road trip, I mean this homestand, we played good baseball. Let's hope our good fortune continues. Thanks.
Sounds to me like Ronnie Woo-Woo's just outside the media room there today.
It's not bad it's not bad when you win, but boy, when you're in the losing end of one of those press conferences and you hear Cubs, woo, Cubs, woo.
You've had enough at that point. Time for our Feldco star of the game. It is certainly Jason Marquis today. The pitching matchup lopsided. Tom Gorzolani was struggling for the second time this season against the Cubs, while Marquis was masterful. Great movement today, Dan, on his fastball.
I think there are two things that really stick out early. Jason Marquis was throwing strikes, and you'll know very early when he's down in the strike zone, getting ahead, using his off-speed pitches. That was the big key for the Cubs in this victory, and I thought the other key, and Len touched on it on the post-game hit, the Cub approach was to be patient, make Gorzolani throw the ball over the plate. They constantly put themselves in counts where they were hitting 2-0, 2-1, and it's awfully tough at the major league level to be successful and get people out when you're consistently pitching behind the count.
And speaking of Jason Marquis, he's meeting with the media right now.
Early on, it wasn't a big league. What your approach was like.
Just really focusing on pounding the strike zone with my sinker and trying to get ahead and work off that. You know, I had a good breaking ball today, was able to locate it and get swings and misses when I needed to, but the team did a good job of getting ahead and put me in a good position.
When you have a large number of strikeouts like this, is it more on breaking the pitches?
I think so, but I think it's set up by getting ahead in the count early with my sinker and, like I said, pounding the strike zone, and then you're able to expand the zone a little bit with your off-speed stuff. So, so what I was able to do today.
About getting off to a good start, but do you think a lot of it's based on the fact that this unit's been together now for a year, and some cohesiveness going on between the group?
I think so. I think when we know what to expect from each other and what the team expects from a starting pitcher when he goes out there and what we're going to give him, I think it helps out a lot. But we got talent in here. We got the ability to do some great things, and we're slowly coming together, and hopefully we can put a good run together.
Jason Lou also said there's a belief in the clubhouse that you guys just think you're a better team this year. Is that prevalent in that clubhouse?
I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I think we know what we're capable of doing, barring any injuries, real serious injuries. I think we could do some good things, and I think we believe in ourselves and each other's back, and no matter whether it's starter 1 through 5 or position player 1 through 12, bullpen guy 1 through 7, we're ready to go, and we trust each other with the ball and the bat in our hand. So.
Speaking of the bat being in the hand, how's it feel to produce off the plate yourself?
No, it definitely feels good, and I work hard at it. I just left the pitch up, and I put a decent swing on it, but it feels nice to contribute both ways. So.
It's always nice to get your first one under your belt.
No, definitely, especially in front of a home crowd, excited crowd. Glad we got the game in before bad weather came in, but it's nice to definitely get my first win on the personal side, but not only for the team also. So.
Yeah.
No problem.
Jason Marquis, 7 strikeouts in 6 innings, gave up just 1 earned run. But let's talk about the offense. They put up 13 runs today, 10 walks, 7 of them scored in this game. Already up 3-0 in the 3rd inning. The Cubs really put this one away with a big inning. Mark DeRosa right back up the middle for the base hit. And there's a run. Ramirez comes in. Now it's 4-0. The Cubs are just getting started. Giovanni Soto taking that pitch. Steal on, and in comes the run on the wild throw. Make it 5-0 Cubs. 5-0 Cubs. Ronnie Cedeno, wild pitch. In comes DeRosa. 6-0 Cubs. They put up 4 in the inning. And this offense is really delivering, Dan. They've scored nearly 8 runs a game in this homestand.
Well, the way this team has been constructed, Jim Henry has done a terrific job of trying to get some balance in this lineup, some lefties, some righties. And you look at that graphic right there. They were making Tom Gorzelani, a pitcher that was struggling, making him work, make him bring the ball into the strike zone. It serves 2 purposes, Luke. Not only are you going to get some counts in your favor, you're going to swing, you're going to get a chance to put some swings on balls, 2-0, 2-1, but you're also upping the pitch total. But per at bat, you're getting to see 2, 3, 4 pitches. You're able to gauge the movement on his fastball, the movement, the break on the breaking pitch. And the more pitches you see as a hitter, the better chance you've got to be able to tell, your brain tells you, okay, I've seen that pitch before. I know the rotation on the breaking ball. I've seen the movement on the fastball. The more pitches you get to see, the better idea you know what that pitcher has, and you can eliminate, start, and turn into an area hitter. You have a count in your favor, 2 balls and 1 strike. You can pretty much go up there and say, I'm going to look for a ball on the inner half of the plate in, and if it's there, you come out of your shoes and you put a good swing on it. If it's not to where your liking is, if you're looking for the ball inside and the ball's tracking outside, let it go. And what you saw today is a team that took a total team approach, 1 through 9, making Tom Gorzelani throw the ball in the strike zone, and when he did, they put some good swings on.
Gorzelani went to Triton College. I think he'd rather not play his hometown team again this season. An ERA of over 25 against the Cubs in 2 starts. As we go to break, let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll today. Who will lead the Cubs in home runs this season? D. Lee went deep today. Will it be Derek Lee, Aramis Ramirez, Alfonso Soriano, or the wild card, Carlos Zambrano? Log on to our website, ComcastSportsNet.com. Click that link to Chicago and to the Cubs page. Vote, and we'll have results in just a bit.
Welcome to Lowe's. How can I help you today?
Just a sec. Okay.
We need lots of flowers. So let's get started.
Welcome back spring at Lowe's with our huge selection of your area's plants and flowers, all with our 1-year plant guarantee. Lowe's, let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's consumer card and pay nothing for 12 months on any purchase of $299 or more.
We work really hard on our network to make sure that your phone works when you need it.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
And our engine. Oh, thanks. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
We even have engineers who live in the area.
So they can get there in a heartbeat. I like this place.
What?
Thank you
Sir.
very much.
Okay?
Yeah, you okay?
Well, just this whole falling thing.
Just a trust test. Want to see if I can trust you guys.
Oh.
I can.
Great.
I'm gonna do one more. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. I'm not gonna do it.
A network you can trust. It's why U.S. Cellular is wireless, where you matter most.
You know that song, Time in a Bottle? Well, I got time in a bottle just by changing my allergy medicine from Claritin to Zyrtec. Zyrtec's a lot faster. It starts working 2 hours faster than Claritin, and it keeps working for 24 hours on all my allergy symptoms, indoors and out. You know, Zyrtec should put that on the label. Ingredients: 2 hours you didn't have before.
Zyrtec, the fastest 24-hour allergy relief.
Hey, Dad, can we go look for my car today?
Do you know where you want to go? I just don't have a lot of time to waste looking for a car today.
Yeah, I looked online.
Hey, where'd you find all these?
At autosandquadcities.com.
At autosandquadcities.com, you'll find hundreds of vehicles from local car dealers. See details and photos of each car. Save time and money by visiting autosandquadcities.com.
Dad, that's a yellow hatchback, and it doesn't even have a CD player.
That's a shame. We're going to go take a look at it anyways.
There's no limit to the career opportunities with an apprenticeship program through the Quad City Electrical Training Center. From jobs that take you outside to desk jobs and owning your own business. You choose your future when you get wired.
I've done a little everything in my career, from working on large hospitals to media projects, even some residential wiring. Today, electricians can specialize in the type of work that they want to do. Get wired.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Time for our Four Seasons Who's Hot, Who's Not, Who's Hot? Well, the Cubs are 13 runs today in their win. How about Chipper Jones hitting .609 the last 7 days with 5 home runs? David Wright, .435, 3 homers and 10 ribbies. Who's not the last 7 days? Well, a few former Chicago guys. Tadahito Iguchi, 1 for his last 21. Corey Patterson, 1 for 15. Cubs didn't help him out there, and Greg Maddux gave up 15 hits, 4 walks. Take a look at the Cubs offense today. Oh, they were all over the place. Reed Johnson, one of the few guys who didn't have a hit on the team today, did come up with a walk. He got on base, but look at that. 2 for 4, 1 for 3, 1 for 2, 1 for 3. All over the place. The Cubs took 10 walks today. 7 of them scored as they pile it on. Dan, this team is really hot.
Well, you look at the graphic right there, and really the only downside is probably Reed Johnson may get fined in kangaroo court, being the only player not to get a hit. But this was just a day where this offense, what you saw today, now this isn't going to happen repeatedly during the course of the season, but I think what you're going to see is when this Cub team, when they're swinging the bats really well, I really think they're going to feast on number 4 or 5 starters throughout the National League.
Reed Johnson in the leadoff spot today, got on base that one time with the walk, but he's done a real nice job not only with his bat but also in the field. His on-base percentage, or his batting average rather, with runners in scoring position, right around 600 this season. So he's been clutch, just like Creedy's clutch for the White Sox.
Well, he has been, and really this was a terrific find. The last week of spring training, the Cubs had a need. Fortunately, they had several strengths in other parts of their ball club. Their starting pitching, their bullpen was set. When a lot of teams in Major League Baseball were looking to fill out parts of their starting rotation or the back or middle end of the bullpen, the Cubs were in search of really a part that, you know, a lot of teams, that would be not a blaring need, but it was something for the Cubs, a little bit of an insurance policy in case Felix Pie, you're not sure if he's going to be able to consistently hit Major League pitching day in and day out. They get a guy, really, they bring him in. The last week of spring training has had a very good history of hitting left-handed pitching very well, and he has been, you have to tip your hat to Jim Henry, a terrific find. He seems to be happy here in Chicago, and the Cubs, on the flip side, are very happy to have Reed Johnson.
Okay, we're going to go to break one more time and check out our Pontiac opinion poll on the way. Who's going to lead the Cubs in home runs this season? Will it be D. Lee, Aramis Ramirez, Alfonso Soriano, or the wild card Carlos Zambrano? Log on to our website, vote. We'll have results after the break.
And now it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold Statistics of the Day, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color. Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
It's gonna work. I don't think it will. Let's go. Dad? It's time. You'd be a really nice catch for somebody. Please?
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can start something great.
For my girls.
Yes! I'm glad we did it.
Just for Men.
Time for a little high life housekeeping.
You can't park here.
Keep an eye on. So this is how the other half of 1% lives. Hello, common sense check. $5 for chips, $13.50 for a bag of nuts. This hotel just lost its key to the high life. We got a lot of high life to collect. High life housekeeping. And they say money can't buy you love. Common sense, this is your wake-up call. Get your butt up. For $13, I'll be a macadamia nut.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now get a low-mileage lease on the 2008 GMC Acadia for around $349 a month. Call for residency restrictions and details. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
This kid's eating dinner for $1.99. So's this kid.
And this kid, $1.99. All these kids are eating dinner for just $1.99 at Old Country Buffet, Monday through Saturday nights. There's great variety throughout the week, like flame grilled steak, classic fried chicken, golden shrimp, and more. Desserts and beverages are always included. Happy parents, great dinner, great deal. Kids eat for just $1.99 Monday through Saturday nights only at Old Country Buffet for a limited time.
When it comes to planning for the future, trust Country Insurance and Financial Services to keep you moving in the right direction. With down-to-earth, straightforward advice, Country Insurance and Financial Services is always there to keep you on the right path. Country, real answers for real financial security. For your family, for you, for a lifetime.
This is our country.
Welcome back to Cubs Postgame Live. Earlier in the show, we asked our Pontiac opinion poll, who's going to lead the Cubs in homers this season? You went online, 64% going with the front runner, Derek Lee. Obviously, Carlos Zambrano and his brother have been online again. They got 29%, 4% for Aramis Ramirez, and 1% basically for Alfonso Soriano. Time for our sweet play of the game, coming from the first inning. And Derek Lee, why is he leading the poll? Well, everybody watched the game today. D. Lee, 2-run homer, his 7th of the season, and the power is back in his bat, Dan.
I would say Derek Lee, he's back.
Yeah, he is. All right, let's check out our pitching matchup for tomorrow's game. It's the same matchup we had in Pittsburgh back on the 9th of the month. Ryan Dempster went 7 innings and gave up just 1 hit in that game, and that was probably his best game in years.
He threw terrific, and Ryan Dempster has taken back to the starting rotation like he has never missed a step. He's been throwing terrific, locating his fastball. The key for him, Luke, is to get ahead. He has 3 very good pitches, a low to mid-90s fastball, a terrific breaking ball, and maybe his best out pitch when he needs a strikeout, a split finger. If he's throwing strikes, it allows him to use his other 2 secondary pitches. He has done a tremendous job. He's gone deep into games. He has really, really pitched well.
Quickly, Dan, what's been the key to the quick start? 11th win of the season today. They didn't have that until May last year.
I think this is a confident team, and I think when you see games like you saw this afternoon, when they start piling up the runs, and you could just kind of see from the outset, in about the 3rd, 4th, or 5th inning, you could tell it had the look of a Pirate team that knew it was overmatched. It's not, the facts are the facts. When you're an opposing team and you look across that dugout and you see Derek Lee and Fukadomi and Ramirez and Soriano, this is a very talented team.
All right, that's going to do it for now. 13-1 Cubs for Dan and the crew. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Thanks for watching Postgame Live. We'll have more postgame reaction and all the highlights when Dale Fisher joins me for Sports Night at 6:30.
7th home run of the year that leads the major leagues, and it's 2-0.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented to you by Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Welcome to Lowe's. How can I help you today?
Just a sec. Okay.
We need lots of flowers. So let's get started.
Welcome back spring at Lowe's with our huge selection of your area's plants and flowers, all with our 1-year plant guarantee. Lowe's, let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's consumer card and pay nothing for 12 months on any purchase of $299 or more.
Arby's $5 Roundup. Choose from your Arby's favorites like 2 popcorn chicken shakers or 3 beef and cheddars or 4 regular roast beefs for only $5. It's a great deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
The Reebok Hex Ride running shoe. Extreme comfort and cushioning. Perfect for the off-season.
There is no off-season. I'm with you, Matt. Running keeps me strong. Got that, Tori. It builds my speed. Like you need more speed, Chad. It will to break my records.
Hey, guys. We all have our reasons.
Well, sure, Stace.
To be a better dancer.
Like me. It's your move, Matt.
Matt, you might want to stick to passing. The Reebok Hex Ride. Available at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by American Chartered Bank. American Chartered, the bank for your business. Member FDIC and
Looking for a great, convenient getaway? Then you're looking for Pizzazz Entertainment Complex. Many destinations, one amazing place. Located in scenic Burlington, Iowa, Pizzazz offers something for everyone. Corporate or leisure travel, family or romantic vacations. You'll find Pizzazz has whatever you're looking for. To find out more about Pizzazz, visit us on Mediacom Channel 1 Video on Demand. Then go to Smart Shop and click Smart Entertainment and let us show you what Pizzazz offers in your own backyard.
The best time is any time at Catfish Bend Casino. Jump on board the Burlington Express jackpot and win instant cash playing your favorite slot games. Win up to $3,000, $5,000, $7,500, or $10,000. Play any eligible slot, and you're playing for the Burlington Express jackpot. Everyone's on board, and anyone can win. For friends and fun, for good living, great dining, for bright nights and magic days.
The best time is any time at Catfish Bend Casino.
Live from the Adler Theater, it's Gilda's Club, Look Who's Laughing, with special guest SNL star Daryl Hammond. The man of 1,000 faces will have you rolling in the aisle. Gilda's Club, Look Who's Laughing, Friday, April 18th. Tickets on sale now. Live from the Adler Theater, it's Gilda's Club, Look Who's Laughing, with special guest SNL star Daryl Hammond. The man of 1,000 faces will have you rolling in the aisle. Gilda's Club, Look Who's Laughing, Friday, April 18th. Tickets on sale now.
Southeast, including Florida, LSU, South Carolina, and Florida State. But it was the Crimson Tide of Alabama that made the best impression, as he has made the verbal commitment to play there. Let's head to the Southwest and to Houston, Texas. It's the largest city in the Lone Star State and home to the Johnson Space Center. Every day at Johnson, scientists are hard at work on the next move of the country's space exploration. But on the football field at Houston Cy-Fair High School, there's one object that lifts off every Friday night. Houston defenders, we have a problem. His name is Sam McGuffey, a 5'10", 195-pound dynamite runner who is already a legend thanks to his play during his junior season. At Cy-Fair, this is called the jump, a ridiculous piece of running that still has people talking in the Lone Star State.
I remember I was blocking the linebacker, and all of a sudden I just hear all the noise just stops in the crowd. The crowd just stopped. And then I look to the left, and I see Sam in the air jumping, like his foot on top of the guy's helmet.
Everybody's used to seeing the same old thing, run past them or juke them or spin or something like that. But, you know, you don't see too many people just jump over them.
I went to some camps, and everybody's heard of him. Like, the play is, like, amazing, and it's once in a lifetime, and we're lucky to have him on our team. He's giving us, like, publicity.
In Houston, everyone was abuzz about the jump. But the only people who weren't surprised were members of the McGuffey family. Ever since he was a small boy in Brennan, Texas, Sam was made to leap.
He walked at like 7 months, and he was kicking the ball in the backyard. And he had a bouncy bounce thing that, you know, you hook him into, and it hooks up to your ceiling, and he would jump and jump and jump and jump till no end.
When the McGuffeys caught a 5-year-old Sam doing flips in the backyard, they immediately enrolled him in gymnastics. From his first competitive leap, Sam was a natural.
They let me come right in and just, you know, mess around with them a little bit. And, you know, I don't know what I'm doing, but, you know, the first day I'm like doing backflips and all this other stuff, and I'm real little, and everybody's like, "You never done gymnastics before?" I'm like, "No, I just watch TV."
A few years later, the McGuffey clan moved to the big city of Houston, and when Sam joined a youth football team, those gymnastics lessons paid off.
He's been always athletic like that. Through the years, I mean, off football, he'd be jumping over mailboxes and cars and trucks and all kinds of stuff, flipping, and because that's all that gymnastics he was doing, but he never got that out of his blood.
I had a friend that lived down the street, and he was talking about football, you know. He's like, "I'm the quarterback, I'm the linebacker," all this stuff. So I was just like, he's like, "Play with me." I'm like, "All right, what do I do in football? What is that? Like, what do I do?" And he's like, "This is the ball." I mean, practically how it went. I didn't know anything about it, really. And then I just went to a practice one day. It was a scrimmage, really, the first day or whatever. And, you know, I ended up having like 4 touchdowns in like 2 seconds.
He was in the 6th grade. When I saw him, I knew that he was something special. I'd seen him play out here in the yard, and I knew that he had quickness and he also had speed. Combined, the two of them made him pretty effective.
I drove 3 hours to see his first freshman game, which was at Victoria Memorial, and I wasn't you know, totally surprised, but kind of surprised. He got 5 touchdowns and 350 yards as a freshman the first game, and watching his moves and everything he did out there and juking everybody and making moves on everybody, everybody was like stunned out there and stuff, and I just knew it right there.
By the time Sam was on the Cy-Fair varsity, everyone in the Houston area knew that he would be a force. That was proven when he was a junior, when he rushed for a city record 3,121 yards and was named the Houston Offensive Player of the Year.
Overall athleticism, I guess, is his main attribute. I mean, he can do some things that, you know, you don't work out here on the field. He just has them. And another thing, I think his vision has progressed throughout from his freshman year till now. He does a great job of setting things up and then seeing things and accelerating through.
Sam is a very intense individual, both on and off the field. However, his friends try to loosen him up at the local fast food burger joints, and his family tries to keep him grounded at home. As the oldest of 3 children, Sam knows that he is already a role model, so Sam looks to his elders for guidance.
Everyone looks at LaDainian Tomlinson because, you know, his work ethic and his stature, not his physical stature, but his stature, you know, inside, his mentality, you know, he's just an all-around great person. You know, I want to kind of be like him, not only, you know, physically, but, you know, mentally.
Of course, that doesn't mean the McGuffeys aren't his biggest fan.
When he's at home, he's not like that, but when he hits the field, he's like, zoom.
But next year, they'll have to travel north to watch Sam play. The nation's top-ranked running back decided to end his recruitment early. He will wear the maize and blue at the University of Michigan.
He text messaged me and he said, Mom, I can't be happy until you're behind me. And I am behind him. I want the best for him, but I want to be able to be around, you know. I really love him, and I really, really care for him, and I want him to be the best he can be.
I take pride in Sam doing what he does. I mean, I'm glad to see him succeed in football or whatever, and I know it's because he worked hard, and if I work hard, I know I can do the exact same thing. Hopefully go to U of M.
I wanted to go to Michigan not only for, you know, because I know people, but because I have an opportunity to, you know, come in, be an impact player, and, you know, never look back.
On the bright side, Sam already has experience playing in front of big crowds. Cy-Fair plays at Berry Center Stadium, one of the biggest and most expensive high school stadiums in the country.
The opportunity to play in a place like that, you know, in my high school years, you know, it just blows me away because, you know, how many kids play on 12,000 seat stadiums, and you got TVs in the locker rooms, and, you know, every single game is always sold out on our side. So, you know, kind of when you walk out, you're like, am I in college already?
From a small-town gymnastics star in Texas to a big-time running back in the Big Ten, it's a giant leap for most teenagers to make. But Sam McGuffey knows all about big jumps. It's time now to head to the Midwest and to the Sunflower State. When you hear the name Dodge City, it immediately conjures up images of the Old West. Dodge City, Kansas was a town of outlaws and bootleggers. It was the perfect setting for the old TV drama Gunsmoke, which was set in Dodge. But these days, there's another type of gunslinger that's putting Dodge City on the map. Cale Pick of Dodge City High School is one of the top quarterbacks in the Midwest. He has a rocket arm and the speed to be a threat outside of the pocket. He threw for more than 1,700 yards and 19 touchdowns as a junior. But Pick says something else sets him apart.
I don't think people realize the intangibles I have. I think I have a pretty big heart, and I'm a pretty good leader, and I get confidence in my players. And I try to make my players better than what they actually are, and just try to go out and win ball games.
Unfortunately for the senior signal caller, he's not helping the Red Demons win games this fall. Pick broke his hand in the first game of the season. Still, Pick says the rest of his team is capable of making a run in the state playoffs.
We lost quite a few defensive players, but we got most of our offense back. We got the majority of our offensive line, and just go from there.
With plenty of time to ponder his college choice, Pick had a change of heart about where to go after he gets out of Dodge. He committed to Arkansas, but recently changed his mind to Kansas. Either way, Pick sees himself as an impact player on the next level.
I see myself as a dual threat quarterback, rolling out, throwing on the run, in the pocket, scrambling. I like shotgun, but the two main reasons are coaching staff and offense.
It's time for another break. Still ahead, we drop in on the offensive line at one Colorado powerhouse. We also give you a little taste of the upcoming basketball season with one of the best players out west, who also made one of the best shots you'll ever see. So stick around.
Right now, Proactive Solution has good news if you have a difficult pimple or sudden breakout and can't find relief. Because when you order now, you'll get the exclusive refining mask free with your 3-piece kit. Just a dab, and the mask is designed to zap problems. It's fast, it's dramatic. Instead of hoping for an answer, use the mask and you've got it.
I use the mask for spot treatment sometimes. You know, I put it on in the evening before I go to bed, and when I wake up in the morning, you don't have acne, and, you know, that's a good feeling.
It works the fastest, it's potent. That's what I tell people. It's like my little skincare army.
Call now and order the amazing Proactive Solution to heal your acne and help prevent future breakouts. Proactive is the #1 best-selling acne system in America, called Best Acne Treatment by Allure magazine.
I enjoy life more. I get out there and I do the things that I want to be doing without having to worry about the way that I look.
And now, you'll save 50% on Proactive when you order in the next 4 minutes, just $19.95.
Proactive's really, changed my life. It's changed the way people see me, and every hour of the day I'm thankful for it. It's, like gold in a bottle, really.
And you'll have the refining mask to zap problems. It's fast, as it helps reduce redness and calms your skin.
For on-the-spot pimple control, I use the refining mask. Just a little dab, that's all you need.
It's a Proactive exclusive, and it's yours free when you order the Proactive kit at 50% off.
I use the mask over my full face just so that I can make sure everything's even. It's great.
Order in the next 3 minutes, and you can have the amazing refining mask at no charge. It's a Proactive best product, and it's part of Proactive's best offer.
I can tell it works, I know it works, and it's definitely my favorite product.
Don't just dream of clear, beautiful skin. Make it real. Order Proactive now and get a free upgrade to priority shipping. Call 1-800-556-8800.
It just makes you feel so good.
Grosinger Toyota North guarantees you the best experience when you buy your new Toyota. Our experienced staff guarantees to take up as little of your time as possible. Our selection of 500 Toyotas guarantees you'll find what you want. And Grosinger always offers their lowest prices. That's why you gotta go to Grosinger Toyota North.
Tomorrow, get ready for an AL showdown as Orlando Cabrera and the White Sox hope to sting the Rays live in HD. Coverage starts with Coco White Sox pregame live. White Sox Rays in HD tomorrow at noon on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
We're back and headed to the highest elevation of the Rocky Mountains. At Mullen High School outside of Denver, the Mustangs are working on an undefeated season and another 5A state championship. Like all great football teams, Mullen's success starts up front. That's where 3 high-level division athletes anchor the Mustangs' powerful offensive line. Bryce Gibbons plays tackle and is rated as one of the top offensive linemen in the country. Jimmy Miller plays guard and will head west next season to San Diego State. Another future Aztec plays center. Alec Johnson is 6'4" and weighs 295 pounds, but he sometimes moves like a tiny running back.
Feet, as an offensive lineman, one of the things guys talk about are feet. Does he have feet? This kid, for the size he is, has got feet like a back. And that's what a lot of guys like about him.
My feet, I have really good feet, and speed. I have speed for my size, which is not common for a kid my size.
Behind the 3 workhorses, Mullen has plowed ahead to an 8-0 record. The Mustangs have played for the state championship in each of the last 3 seasons, so high expectations are the norm come playoff time at Mullen.
We're going to be good year in, year out, and you know that, and just confidence that you have being a part of Mullen.
Let's take a quick look at the hardwood as we head west. While we're focused on the football playoffs in this show, our heads are still spinning from this 94-foot shot in the California basketball playoff. It was made by Drew Gordon of Archbishop Mitty High School in San Jose. The shot came near the end of Gordon's sophomore year and made him an instant celebrity.
Watch SportsCenter before I go to school and just do the regular routine.
And my favorite's the top 10 plays. I'm sitting there, I see Carmelo Anthony, LeBron James, and all those people go through just some amazing highlights. And then I'm brushing my teeth and I hear, and from Archbishop Media High School, Drew Gordon.
Now, as he's preparing for his senior season, Gordon is used to being in the spotlight. A 6'9" power forward, he's headed to UCLA next season to play for the basketball powerhouse. Gordon says the proximity to his family was a big reason behind his decision.
My family's really important to me. They definitely played a big part when I went to school at first. I was looking for East Coast and Midwest, and it's just like, I mean, if you go somewhere and your family's not here to see you, it's just not fun for them.
We'll have much more on Gordon and the shot that defines his career on a later episode of the program. As for now, it's time to reveal our list of the top 10 high school football teams in the nation. One team that continues to be a mainstay in the top 10 is Katy High School. Located just outside Houston, Katy is a powerhouse in a state full of powerhouse programs. One of the reasons for their success this season has come on the defensive side of the ball. In their first 7 games, the Katy Tigers have allowed less than a touchdown a game. That's pretty amazing considering Katy's offense has put up an average of more than 6 TDs a game. Leading the way for the Tigers on offense is Andre Dean. Dean is a 4-star running back who has already made his verbal commitment to play out on the West Coast for the UCLA Bruins. Dean is hoping to improve on an outstanding junior season in which he ran for over 2,100 yards and 27 touchdowns. So far this season, Dean has just under 900 yards and 9 touchdowns. For Texas high school football fans, Christmas may come early, as Katy and South Lake Carroll could meet up for the state title, just like they did 2 years ago, with Carroll coming out on top. Now here's a look at the rest of this week's top 10. There is still much more to come on our program. Find out how you can appear on a future episode right after this timeout.
What's up, everyone? Pete here, and welcome to Blue Hippo, where anyone can get a brand new, brand name computer regardless of their credit. And if you order now, we'll send you a free color printer and a free flat screen TV so you can watch your favorite shows and movies and print and email digital photos. When you order today, you can get your choice of a brand new desktop or laptop, plus a free color printer and a free LCD TV. And remember, there is no credit check and your approval is guaranteed. But you must call Blue Hippo now.
We're in the top of the 6th inning. Vern Wells at the plate, and man, is he tough.
Javi sure could use a strikeout here.
And here's the 1-2 pitch. Be gone. What a pitch by Javi. The fans loving it.
Swisher likes it too.
The silent assassin, Javier Vasquez, just mowing him down here in the 6th inning.
Where's a fan's best friend online? ComcastSportsNet.com. It's the place to read analysis from Comcast Sportsnet experts that you can't find anywhere else. Get up to the second news headlines. See the day's programming lineup. Check out talent bios and watch video clips featuring the latest info on your teams. Plus, sign up for Sports Extra and Sports Blast email alerts that make you the first to know about breaking news. Log on right now to ComcastSportsNet.com. Fans' best friend online. Hey parents, Chicago Blackhawks youth hockey camps are a summertime hockey blast. We provide comprehensive hockey skills development for kids ages 6 to 14. Learn to skate, pass, shoot, defend, and compete the Chicago Blackhawks way. Day camps include instruction from Blackhawks hockey heroes like Steve Conroy, Troy Murray, and Murray Bannerman. All programs are available at blackhawkscamps.com or call 312-226-0002. Chicago Blackhawks youth hockey camps are presented by Athletico.
We watch the game from our couches at home. Chicago sports fans are a breed of their own. We're there for the first game, we're there at the end. Comcast Sportsnet is a fan's best friend.
with more Cubs and White Sox games than anyone else, and every one of them in high definition. Comcast Sportsnet is the best choice for Chicago baseball this summer.
Comcast Sportsnet is a fan's best friend.
Do you have what it takes to appear on the show? We'd like to see for ourselves. Send us a tape or a DVD of yourself in action. Future Phenoms, 3575 Lone Star Circle, Suite 116, Fort Worth, Texas, 76177. We look forward to seeing just what kind of talent is out there. As for this episode, we're about out of time. Here's a look at some of the best high school football plays from the regular season as we get into the zone and head toward the playoffs. I'm Pat Summerall, wishing you all a good day.